Hello everyone. Maybe looking around you, especially in nature or seeing pictures of animals, you have wondered why certain shapes, certain patterns keep coming back. Why are honeycombs shaped like perfect hexagons? And so are snowflakes, basalt columns, the compound eyes of insects, or the plates on turtle shells. Why this hexagonal shape rather than squares, which are far rarer in nature? Not absent, for example, some mineral crystals are naturally cubic, but there are few natural squares. And this is just an example. Some patterns seem to form repeatedly in the universe, on very small to very big scales. Patterns like spirals, from plants and the shells of mollusks to galaxies, waves, cracks, stripes, symmetries, while other possible shapes, geometric or others, don't occur much naturally. This is the question we are going to examine tonight. Why do certain shapes appear instead of others, or chaos, no shape at all? This topic gives an opportunity to at the same time wonder at the beauty and creativity of nature, and also understand it a bit better. We will see why certain shapes and patterns occur, and others not so much, which will take us to various disciplines: physics and chemistry, mathematics, biology, also art and our sense of aesthetic. It opens many other doors too, on things such as the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio. This sounds a bit complicated, but it really isn't, so don't worry if you have no particular knowledge or insight on all this. As always, we're going to take things step by step and in simple terms. And now, let's get started. I mentioned hexagons before, so let's take this particular pattern as an example and ask ourselves why they form spontaneously in very different situations in nature. To what logic, what underlying force, what need does this correspond? An example that comes to mind when thinking of hexagons in nature is honeycombs. Why do bees build hexagons when they arrange their nests? Actually, they don't really build hexagons. It is not like they have some instinctive knowledge of geometry. The cells they build with wax are roughly circular at first. But wax is malleable, and the bees produce heat with their bodies and intense activity in their hive. This heat softens the wax, and the circular cells adopt this hexagon shape naturally. Why is that? Because when soft or fluid structures pack tightly, different physical and mathematical principles come into play. A balance has to be found between these small cells, these small structures, that compete to occupy a space. So an equilibrium forms, an equilibrium in which the surfaces, the walls of these structures will meet with equal force, because that is what allows stability and minimizes energy. We will talk a lot about this energy minimization principle tonight. So, what is it? It is a simple idea from nature and physics. Things naturally settle into the lowest possible energy state, that is to say, the most stable or relaxed or comfortable configuration, because this means less stress or tendency to change. For example, imagine a ball rolling down a hill. Of course, it keeps going down until it reaches the bottom. In physics terms, the bottom of the hill is the point with the lowest potential energy. And systems in nature do something similar. They roll like this ball, metaphorically. They tend to move to arrangements where energy is as low as possible. The processes behind this are various. Different factors are at play: heat, surface tension, gravitation. But in countless configurations, from the very small scale of atoms to the cosmic scale, this principle of energy minimization is verified. To say it differently, nature likes its comfort. It tends to adopt the most comfortable configuration, one that will be stable without spending more energy than necessary. So, returning to our honeycombs, the hexagonal shape there is the one that minimizes energy in a situation where cells are tightly packed. The cells get packed without gaps or waste. There is no space left between them, no space available to occupy that would make the system unstable, able to continue to evolve. And the forces between the walls of the cells are equalized by this hexagonal shape. The limits, the boundaries of malleable structures that are packed are pulled toward these 120 degrees angles due to the energy minimization principle, and also surface tension. We will come back to this phenomenon. Because it is this arrangement that allows to reach an equilibrium. Now we could ask ourselves, hexagons effectively eliminate space between cells, but why not squares, or rectangles, or triangles that could also be packed tightly without gaps between them? Here again, it is about energy minimization. Sharp right angles of 90 degrees are very rare in nature, and generally we have curvier shapes or geometric figures with more sides, because these are better at maximizing the area to perimeter ratio, which means you can have the most space for the least wall length. If squares replaced hexagons in honeycombs, that would require more wax for the same surface, because there would be more walls. Having hexagons instead of squares saves about 7 to 10% of wax for the same storage space and structural strength. So as you see, this hexagon pattern is not a random quirk. It is very efficient in physical and mathematical terms. hexagons save material. And this is not all. I told you the bees made roughly circular cells with wax that turned into hexagons due to pressure from neighboring cells and surface tension. It is also more energy efficient to evolve from circle to hexagon than from circle to square. It requires less modification of the walls. And for these reasons, hexagons are like a sweet spot. In terms of evolutionary biology, efficiency and sweet spots are always advantageous. They tend to give an energy or resource edge to species. So the fact that bees, and certain wasps too, have perpetuated this shape for millions of years also has to do with the benefits that it gives them. Saving wax means more time and energy available for foraging, making honey and surviving. It is believed this is how physical or mathematical rules can end up shaping animal behaviors, morphology, and instincts. And this is true on different scales. Let's take another kind of natural hexagons, but bigger. The ones that appear in basalt columns. You have certainly seen these, at least in pictures. Geologic formations around the world where stone is arranged into regular hexagonal pillars, stuck together like cells in a honeycomb. Famous sites with these include, for example, Giant's Causeway in Ireland, or Devil's Postpile in the US, it's in California. Why do these appear? These formations were flows of lava at first in the distant past. When lava cools down slowly, and first from the parts that are exposed to the air, so the top and the sides, tension, stress grows inside the lava flow. It does not cool down evenly. So to release that tension, cracks are going to happen. And if the cooling is slow enough, the cracks that release the inner tension inside the lava flow are going to happen at 120 degrees angles, precisely because this is the angle that minimizes energy per crack. These cracks propagate into hexagonal networks. This only happens in the right conditions. Of course, all lava flows did not cool down into basalt columns. If the cooling is faster, the cracks are going to be more chaotic and on a smaller scale, so columns will not form. Yet another example of hexagons is snowflakes and ice crystals in general. The same principles of physics are at play here, but on different materials. Why do snowflakes have 6 branches, 6 arms? Because of the way they form when water freezes. When water molecules freeze, they bond in an hexagonal lattice, the way oxygen atoms in water molecules link to others via hydrogen bonds creates a symmetric structure. This is on a very small scale at the molecular level, but however tiny it is, it forces the ice crystal to branch in 6 directions In a snowflake, this repeats millions, billions of times, and the bigger structure, that is the snowflake, containing millions of atoms, retains the hexagonal pattern. It doesn't mean every single snowflake is identical to others. It is not the case. Depending on the environment around it when it forms, especially at what speed, which depends a lot on temperature, there are going to be tiny variations during growth of the crystal. And this is what gives snowflakes their uniqueness, even though they have the same hexagonal structure. There are other examples of natural hexagons. The last one could be the eyes of insects. You know that living organisms on Earth that have a sense of sight have not all acquired the same types of eyes. Humans, as well as other vertebrates, birds, fish, mammals, have what is called single-chambered eyes or simple eyes. These eyes work like a camera in that they contain a single lens that focuses light onto a single retina, a layer of cells that are light sensitive, and the information received by the retina is transmitted to the nervous system and the brain. This type of eyes is good at forming a sharp and unified image. But insects, crustaceans, and other arthropods do not have eyes like this. They have compound eyes. These eyes are made of many independent units called omatidia, and each of these units is like a mini eye with its own light receptors. The brain combines the mosaic of small images from all units into one big picture. These compound eyes have a lower resolution than camera eyes. Their range is shorter too, but on the other hand, they allow a very wide field of view, often nearly 360 degrees. Many insects can see everything around them or close. And these eyes are also good for motion detection. It is believed these compound eyes evolved by duplicating and clustering simple photoreceptive units that together form an efficient organ. And this implies that good compound eyes pack as many light-sensing units as possible, without gaps between them. And for structural strength and energy minimization, they are going to be hexagonal too. A very different situation than honeycombs or basalt columns, but underneath, it is the same physical imperatives that are at play. So the eyes of bees or dragonflies that are proportionally huge relative to the size of their bodies contain thousands of hexagonal units of facets that are at the same time structurally sound thanks to the hexagonal pattern and provide very wide-angle vision. So, as you see with these examples, hexagons keep winning in nature because both physics and evolution reward stability, efficiency, and minimal energy waste. Said differently, in different situations, hexagons are a sweet spot kind of shape. But it is far from the only one. And another type of pattern that we are accustomed to is the spiral. From larger to smaller, think about galaxies first. Not all of them, but an estimated 60% of galaxies in the universe are spiral galaxies. The Milky Way is one of them. They form spirals that rotate around a very massive galactic center, made of a black hole and many stars around it. Hurricanes and cyclones also adopt spiral patterns, and so do seashells, and it is less obvious, but it is also the case for plants. Leaves and seeds on many plants are arranged in spirals. Animal horns as they grow, or plant vines are other examples. And there are also many that are invisible to the naked eye. Microscopic structures, such as the double helix of DNA, which consists of intertwined helices, the structure of many proteins, or the bodies of some bacteria. One thing those natural spirals have in common is some kind of movement. It can be fast movement, like the rotation of galaxies or tornadoes. It can be slow when it is growth or diffusion. But nature tends to prefer this shape when there is movement. Why is that, and what are the characteristics of spirals? In essence, spirals are a preferred shape because they are a path of least resistance for growth and motion. We are back to energy minimization, but this time with movement. And I mean movement in a broad sense. When it comes to animals, the spiral shape has advantages for animals that grow shells, or for plants that grow leaves and need exposure to sunlight. Let's take the example of seashells. They are built by mollusks that live inside them and that are soft-bodied. The shell gives them structure and protection. They could get that from a random hard structure, or a tube, or another shape if you think about oysters or mussels. These happen in nature. But many species of mollusks have evolved to make coiled shells, because these are advantageous. As the organism grows, a spiral-shaped shell keeps the shell proportional and strong. A straight tube or an oyster shell is strong on a small scale. But the larger they become, the more fragile they also become. They could break. The same way that a long stick is easier to break than a compact piece of wood of the same mass. Mollusks that grow shells have what is called a mantle, a tissue layer that secretes the shell material, generally calcium carbonate, that is filtered in water or taken from their food. This mantle continuously adds new layers of shell material at the opening of the shell, and only at the opening. As the animal gets bigger, it needs a larger living space. So it builds a wider rim, and following this expanding opening, the shell grows regularly. It doesn't make a bigger version of the old shell. It expands it by attaching new growth to it, new material, at an angle to the existing part, an offset angle. This angle stays roughly constant relative to the direction of growth, and that is what creates the spiral. Here again, efficiency is key to understand why. This shape optimizes the strength, the resistance of the structure for a given quantity of material and energy to spend on building it. If we thought theoretically, a sphere could make more sense for the shell of an animal. This is the shape that could be equally strong whichever side you attack it. A sphere distributes stress evenly, and it would optimize the space inside for a given quantity of material. But a sphere could not accommodate the growth of the body inside. It would have to be remade every time the mollusk outgrows its shell. So the spiral shape of the coiled shell looks like an optimum of resistance and material and energy usage for an organism that needs to grow and stay protected all the time. Now, how do so many mollusks, marine or terrestrial, if you think of snails, for example, know how to build a spiral? They don't, in the sense that they have no brain planning or deciding the shape like an engineer would. The spiral emerges from a combination of instinct, of built-in biology, that is to say, genetic development that evolved over millions of years, and of feedback from the animal's body. It builds the shell depending on its needs for space, following a hard-coded process. It could be compared to our fingernails or our hair. They grow constantly, but it's not something conscious. Without us giving it any thought, our fingernails expand mechanically, always in the same direction, as our hard-coded biological processes are at work. The shell of a mollusk grows the same way, without the animal giving it any thought. And yet they form spirals that, because they have an angle, are remarkably constant. They are called logarithmic spirals. What does it mean, logarithmic spirals? Not all spirals are the same. For example, if you think about a roll of measuring tape or a roll of paper towels, these form spirals. Spirals with the same spacing between each turn, these are called Archimedean spirals. A logarithmic spiral is one with a curve that expands at a constant rate relative to the angle of rotation. In other words, if we draw a line from the center of the spiral, the angle between the spiral curve and this line is always the same. Think about a snail's shell. Each turn is wider than the previous one, but the angle is always the same. And this is what gives the spiral this orderly expansion pattern. Now this brings us to two things that you may have heard of: the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio, at the junction of mathematics and art or aesthetics. The Fibonacci sequence is basically a series of numbers where each number is the sum of the two previous ones. So it goes like this. Typically it starts with 0 and 1, and then the number after that is 0 plus 1, so it's also 1. After that, 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 plus 1 equals 3, 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 3, 8, 8 plus 5, 13, and so on. Then we have 21, 34, 55, 89, 144. This sequence has been observed in nature, not always exactly, but very close, for efficient packing especially. For example, in sunflower seeds or pine cones. We will come back to this. Now the so-called golden ratio is a ratio, a number, formed by the ratio of successive Fibonacci numbers. 55 divided by 34, 89 divided by 55, and so on. This number is not perfectly stable because the Fibonacci sequence does not expand at a fixed rate, meaning that each Fibonacci number is not the previous one plus a fixed percentage. So the golden ratio is defined as the limit that the ratio of successive Fibonacci numbers approaches as they get larger. Its value is about 1.62, precisely 1.618, and a long series of numerals after that. Now the reasons why you probably heard of this term, golden ratio, is that since the Renaissance, and based on the observation of natural spirals and the Fibonacci sequence, many artists, architects, or designers have used it in their work, assuming that it helps produce pleasing and balanced compositions. Da Vinci referred to it, and the concept had a surge in popularity in the 20th century. The underlying idea here, which makes the golden ratio seductive conceptually, is that it would be a kind of universal law or force in nature, a principle that would unify a bit of everything: mathematics, biology and life, physics, our sense of aesthetic, of beauty, maybe because we belong to the cosmos, and our minds and emotions would be drawn to it. It's a kind of holistic mix, a concept that evokes or promises perfection, which makes it intriguing. But is it real? It's hard to tell because it is not as if beauty or balance could be measured on a calibrated scale. These are subjective experiences. It is true, however, that approximations of the golden ratio in pictures or architecture tend to be liked rather universally. An example of this is the rule of thirds in photography or in paintings, a rule that many painters of the past centuries followed in landscapes, for example. It translates into 2/3 of sky in the upper part of their pictures, and this kind of proportions seem to make visuals flow and focus more naturally. So there's probably something here. But respecting exactly the golden ratio never seemed to be a guarantee of success. On the other hand, many works of art or buildings that ignore it are judged as beautiful or balanced as others that follow it. And where things fall apart a little bit is when we search for the golden ratio in nature, which was supposed to be the main argument that made it an universal principle. In reality, the golden ratio is almost absent in spirals and other patterns. Some natural shapes approach it sometimes, but that could well be a coincidence. Because, for example, the systematic study of real shells of many mollusks or the growth patterns of many plants show different ratios of expansion, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, generally less than the 1.62 of the golden ratio. And this is why the golden ratio could well be more of a popular myth. It's not a number that nature seems particularly interested in. It does not correspond to physical laws that would be reflected in matter, and it has no use in geometry, like the number pi, for example. So, the golden ratio is probably to be taken more as something inspirational, maybe a tool for artists and designers that seek balance in their creations. But it is still approximate, and not really the kind of universal principle that has been believed in the past. If it was, we would be able to find it in nature, but we can't. Maybe what this could tell us is that we have a tendency to look for intentionality or a form of conscience in nature. The idea that nature would follow math consciously, a language we can understand, is attractive. It gives the impression that there is an universal language of the material world, an intentionality out there that we could decipher and reach the knowledge of everything physical thanks to it. But maybe this is just a belief, and it works the other way around. Mathematics describes the results of natural laws, of physics. It is an extraordinary tool, but it does not necessarily dictate them. A language, however powerful it is not a will. So now let's go back to our natural spirals. I told you shells were an example, but there are many others, obeying to different constraints. On a much larger scale, there are galaxies that are spiral-shaped. Not all of them. About 60% of galaxies would be like that, with the majority of their stars placed on arms around the galactic center. The other types of galaxies are elliptical, that is to say, roundish, oval, but without arms, and a few ones are irregular. They look messy, with no clear structure. This is believed to often be the product of recent perturbations. These galaxies are often smaller and could have been perturbated by their proximity to other galaxies fairly recently in cosmic times. It can be millions of years. So they wouldn't have had the time to reorganize yet. We think many galaxies form and maintain a spiral because they are disc-shaped and they have significant rotation. They conserved this rotation, in physics terms this angular momentum, from their formation history. Now they also have regions of higher density of stars and star systems, forming these arms that branch out of the galactic center. The most accepted explanation to this is that it would be due to the fact that regions with a higher density of objects tend to orbit slower than individual stars or gas clouds. So the arms would be a bit like traffic jams, regions where stars and their satellites would slow down a little. So they are packed more densely than in between the arms. The distances between stars are still mind-boggling, several light years, but it is less than in between the arms. And the arms would also appear brighter, because with the higher density of gas clouds, of nebulas inside them, there would be more new and brighter stars forming there. So the spirals here are a direct product of motion, of rotation. And on a much smaller scale, this is what happens with twisters, hurricanes and cyclones. Their shape minimizes energy loss by friction in the atmosphere. Here again, it is the path of energy minimization, which allows for more efficient wind flow and heat release. The very same minimization principle that shapes different plants as they grow, together, in this case, with optimization of their sunlight exposure. What does it mean? If you look at sunflower seeds, for example, at how they are arranged at the center of a sunflower, you will see that they are not just aligned. They are placed in interlocking spirals, which are not always but often 34 in one direction and 55 in the other, both consecutive Fibonacci numbers. This arrangement packs hundreds of seeds tightly and at the same time exposes them to light and insects, pollinators, efficiently. The same type of spiral arrangement, also with Fibonacci numbers, is found on pine cones. Typically, they present 8 scales one way and 13 the other way. This is also a Fibonacci pair of numbers. This arrangement protects seeds and gives each of them about the same chance to be dispersed by wind. Yet another example in plants is the structure of cauliflowers. The entire head of a cauliflower is made of smaller cone-like spirals that repeat at every scale. They are fractal-like. What is a fractal, by the way? It is a shape that looks roughly the same at any scale, meaning if you zoom in or out you see similar patterns repeating over and over. So, for example, a tree, when it grows, tends to follow a fractal-like kind of pattern. The main trunk splits into branches. Each branch splits into smaller branches, and each twig splits again. We get a complex shape and an infinity of variations. There are no exactly identical trees. By the repetition of the same pattern, the same rule, over and over, with of course small variations due to the tree's circumstances, its environment, the wind, the soil, its position to the sun, other neighboring trees. And actually many trees, like oak, beech or some palm trees, also follow a spiral development as they grow their branches and leaves. The spacing between them reflects Fibonacci ratios, 2:5 or 3:8. And this maximizes exposure to light, especially for lower branches and leaves. As the tree grows taller, it avoids excessive overlap. With all these examples in plants, it is important to remember that the spiral shape and Fibonacci numbers happen and are hard-coded into their genes. But this is not an absolute rule. Plenty of plants do not grow or place their leaves in spirals. Yet they existed like that for millions of years. And this is believed to be because the spiral is an optimization followed by nature. But it is not really a rule that would govern the living. The reason why these plants I mentioned retained their characteristics is like for mollusks that build spiral shells. It would give them an advantage in evolutionary biology. And so generation after generation, individuals with this advantage would have been selected. They would have thrived within their species. And this pattern would have come to dominate the genetics of their species. But this is not a condition for plants to survive. There can be other advantages, other strategies. And as I was mentioning fractals, the repetition of a same shape on different scales, this is another type of pattern that nature often forms. Not just for plants like trees or cauliflowers, snowflakes also have fractal edges, clouds too. When we look at them, we may see a blob that looks random and just shaped by the wind or atmospheric conditions. But clouds are made of puffs that tend to be self-similar at multiple scales. Or lightning bolts, another example of fractals. These are very ephemeral, they last a fraction of a second. But the main bolt branches into smaller forks, which branch further. And again, it is believed to be a consequence of energy minimization and natural optimization. For a lightning bolt, which is an electric arc, an electric discharge, the fractal pattern is the easiest way, the easiest path through air. Why is that the easiest path? Because after all, the straight line looks easier, and bolts could be just columns between clouds and the ground. It is because air is never uniform. It has slight variations in density, humidity. There are dust particles in it, ions, differences of temperature. And these create tiny differences in electrical resistance. Depending on where you are in a column of air, electricity will travel more or less easily due to these irregularities. So when a lightning bolt appears, it is because there is a difference in electric potential, in voltage, between a cloud and the ground. Electricity tries to flow to neutralize it, to even out the potential between these 2 points. In other words, there is an excess of electrons in the cloud that is drawn to the ground to even things out. If the air was perfectly uniform, this flow would take the form of a straight line, because this is the shortest distance possible, and as we have seen, nature keeps things as simple and energy efficient as possible, energy minimization. But the air is not uniform, so when the flow of electrons starts descending from the cloud, it seeks the path of least resistance. At each step, it branches out in multiple directions, like fingers reaching out, and it chooses the direction where the air is easiest to go through, to ionize. Once one branch gets close enough to the ground, the whole channel lights up brightly, and we see the bolt. In short, the fractal shape with all these subdivisions is not random. It is rather the smartest or laziest path electricity can take through imperfect air, always picking the easiest next step in what is like a branching contest. This is why lightning bolts look like glowing trees upside down. And returning to plants, why repeat the same structure over and over on different scales? Why the fractals? Because when you repeat growth rules or physical processes, you can get high complexity with limited instructions, limited genetic or physical instructions. It is efficient resource and energy use. And at the same time, an arrangement driven by a fractal pattern is good at maximizing exposure to light and nutrients. It is like a hack. Again, that's the lazy or smart way of getting the most from limited resource. And that is a huge evolutionary advantage that seems to have been retained by many plants, from tree branches and roots to most green leaves on plants that need sun exposure. One of the most obvious examples here is ferns. It is easy to see if you inspect a fern branch. Each large frond branches into smaller leaves that mirror the whole shape, and then those into even tinier ones. The fractal branching maximizes sunlight capture and minimizes overlap, which is vital in the often shaded forests where ferns grow. I told you that fractals repeat the same pattern over and over, that in some cases it was the path of least effort, and like for other shapes we talked about, hexagons or spirals, they stem from a principle of efficiency. Yet, when we look at nature on different scales, from a galaxy to a forest, things look way more messy or random. There are no two exact places that are the same on Earth. Even snowflakes are all different. So that seems paradoxical. There are patterns, there are rules of nature that lead to certain favored shapes, yet nature looks incredibly chaotic or creative. It does not repeat itself perfectly. So how do we reconcile these two realities that seem contradictory? This is where we need to talk a little bit about chaos theory. What is it, and why does it relate to our topic? Chaos theory is a branch of science and math in particular that studies complex systems that obey to certain rules. The rules of physics are impossible to get around. Yet they can produce widely different outcomes. There is order underneath, yet very different outcomes. An example of it that is often given is with weather forecasting. We know the rules of weather. These are physics. But tiny tweaks to a system, like a butterfly flapping its wings, may snowball into big events like a storm somewhere else. The idea is that tiny changes in starting conditions can lead to very different outcomes. That's the meaning of this so-called butterfly effect. But however big the consequences of a small variation on a system, the system still tends to return to converge to certain patterns. Hurricanes are an example of that. They may be the product of a tiny change in starting conditions that will snowball and lead to very turbulent airflow. But they still return to the spiral shape every time. Why does a change in starting conditions lead to such different outcomes? Because a chaotic system is highly sensitive, so sensitive that even something very small may end up mattering a lot. The system is so touchy about the exact starting point, and this starting point so hard to perfectly know, because there is a very large number of factors, that it becomes unpredictable. In theory, if we could measure the start perfectly, not leaving aside a single factor, however tiny, we could predict the outcome. With gigantic and perfect capacity of modeling and calculation. But in practice, it is impossible, too complex. This makes the system less and less predictable in the future, as tiny changes have the potential to repeat and snowball. The difference between a simple and a chaotic system could be illustrated with the example of the ball running down a hill that I gave you earlier. If we see it as a simple system, where only gravity matters, and the heel as well as the ball are perfectly regular, and we try it in a void, a small change in where we start rolling the ball will only make a small difference at the end. This is predictable. But reality is not like that, with a perfectly known set of conditions and a single force at play. An example of real, chaotic system could be if we take a real hill surrounded with real irregular air, and we pour water that will trickle down to the bottom. In that case, even a super tiny change, like starting 1 millimeter to the left or to the right, may grow and grow over time as the water falls down the slope, and lead to very different flows, one following a calm path, for example, and another one following a wild path. It is not the rules that are different or random, just the starting point, and our inability to perfectly know it. And this is how nature, chaotic processes, can create all these repeating but irregular patterns we see, that are unknowable in advance to us. Yet, underneath the mess, there are still patterns like repeating shapes or what is called attractors. These are patterns of efficiency that the system will tend to converge to, and that gives some predictability on a larger scale. For example, if we take a galaxy, the way billions of stars and their satellites are going to travel in space, and their orbits are going to be altered by a multiplicity of tiny factors, this is unpredictable. It is a chaotic system. Yet we can predict that they will end up forming a spiral with arms, because this shape, this natural shape that stems from principles, is an attractor, a form the system will be drawn to. Of course, when mathematicians start modeling all of this, it becomes incredibly complex and rich. It also has direct applications. Think about weather forecasting, for example. But these are the basic principles, and they explain why a limited number of laws of physics, chemistry, biology, acting on a limited number of chemical elements, can lead to such a diversity of shapes, of arrangements. These are highly sensitive systems with not an infinity but a very large number of factors. There are other recurring natural shapes we could talk about, like meanders, cracks, tiling. But to conclude, let's go back to the animal kingdom and talk about another type of patterns, stripes and spots. Think about zebras or tiger's bands, or the rosettes on a leopard, and on many species of fish, the dots on a ladybird. Why are different animals covered in these patterns, instead of having a single color, or show smooth transitions between colors? If we approach it from the angle of the advantages these patterns provide, we can find some. They can be used for camouflage, they make them hard to spot, or warning, or to attract mates. They could also help temperature regulation. In the case of zebras, for example, their stripes create mini air currents between the black parts that heat up more under the sun and the white parts that heat up less, helping cool the skin. So it is understandable why evolution may have selected these traits. But how and why did they actually form? That's where, again, physics and math come in. Just like for the energy and resource efficient hexagons or logarithmic spirals, here again we have a self-organizing process where during the development of embryos, two chemicals spread and interact. Animals with colored patterns produce two substances, one that is called an activator that promotes pigment, and one called an inhibitor that stops it. In a process that is unpredictable because it is chaotic, highly sensitive, and with many starting variables, the two substances spread around the individual's body. And in some locations, the activator wins, so there will be pigment there, whereas in others, the inhibitor dominates. There will be blank space or a lighter coloration. So again, here we don't have a predetermined blueprint saying each leopard will have a dot in a certain place, or each tiger a stripe there. They will have these patterns because the production of the activator and inhibitor are hard-coded. But each individual is going to be different because of the circumstances, of the tiny differences becoming bigger over time in the chaotic system that is the spreading of the two chemicals over its skin. And here too, we have energy minimization in action when the chemicals spread. Having them mixed in the same places would create tension and energy waste as they cancel out their mutual effects. So instead, the system eases, relaxes into a pattern in which they are separate. The system that will use the least energy, like for round cells in honeycombs, settling into hexagons, or lava cracking into hexagonal pillars as it cools down. Just the same simple rules repeated and creating complexity and uniqueness. This is the end of our story for tonight. We have barely scratched the surface of it, so I encourage you to look for more information if you are interested in this. When we talk about bees, what comes to mind are honeybees, especially the most common species of honeybees, the Western or European honeybee. We all know what they look like, and that they are social insects. Around the queen, they form a colony, also called a nest or a hive. A large group of thousands of individuals that occupy different functions, and in which bees build structures, cells made of beeswax, cells in which they store food, honey or pollen, and they house their young. And a young bee starts with an egg that becomes a larva until they transform all the way to become an adult, and they exit their cell to start working for the colony. You know all this, and we will talk extensively about honeybees. But before, it is important to bear in mind that honeybees are only a dozen of species, the most common one being the western honeybee. There are thousands more species of bees, more than 20,000. Some are stingless, they do not all produce honey, and they are not all social neither. Many bees are solitary and form small temporary nests with their direct offspring. To understand bees better, to locate them among other species, and understand how they are related to other insects, let's take a look at the classification, the tree of species. In terms of scientific classification, insect is what is called a class. That is to say, a very large group that contains various orders, suborders, and families of species. These are all different levels of classification. Insects are part of an even larger group, the arthropods. Arthropods are animals that have an exoskeleton that contains their organs, as opposed to vertebrates like us, that are made of an internal skeleton that serves as a structure, a support for our bodies, a support that is surrounded with organs, flesh, and a circulatory system. In other words, we are hard inside and soft outside, and arthropods are the opposite. They are hard outside because their skeletons contain their organs. Arthropods actually appeared very early, it is believed, when the first multicellular animals appeared on Earth. They appeared before the vertebrates. But even though this type of body structure with an exoskeleton is ancient, it never disappeared, and the group of arthropods is very diverse. It has up to 10 million different species that include not only all insects, but also arachnids, crustaceans, trilobites or centipedes. So insects are a class of arthropods. And within the insect class, there are more subgroups, which are called orders. Bees belong to an order of insects called Hymenoptera. Insects of this order share a particular way of development when they are young, something called holometabolism, a form of development that includes different stages: egg, then larva, then pupa, and finally imago, that is to say adult. And once they are adult, their development ends. We will take a look at this in more detail later when we explore a hive. The order Hymenoptera is itself divided into suborders and superfamilies. Bees belong to a suborder called Apocrita, a suborder that also includes wasps and ants. These three families of insects, bees, wasps, and ants, are considered to be cousins. They don't descend from one another, but it is believed that they share a common ancestor. And the moment when these different branches diverged is not exactly known, but we are speaking dozens of millions of years. Hymenoptera insects originated in the Triassic period, that is to say 200 to 250 million years ago. And bees themselves would have appeared during the early Cretaceous, about 124 million years ago. This means they were on this planet 120 million years before the first hominidae even existed. They preceded us by a long shot. And as a group of species, they have survived multiple extinction events since then. The closeness or the family relation between bees, wasps, and ants is not that surprising when you think about it. Their bodies look different, obviously, but they have the same structure. A big head, an abdomen, the same number of legs, the same functions in their bodies in the same place. They go through the same development phases, and even the social organization of some of their species look alike. Speaking of the way bees live, I was telling you that all of them were not social. Actually, only a minority of bee species live in large groups, and their sociality ranges from completely solitary to highly eusocial. Eusociality is the name given to the highest possible level of sociality, of integration and cooperation between individuals. In such a group, there is a strict division of labor, a cooperation to take care of the brood, and the overlapping of generations within a colony. Specific individuals don't really matter. Their life is dedicated to maintaining a colony that will survive them. Honeybees are typically eusocial insects. But if we take a look at different species of bees, from less to more social, we find a lot of species that are purely solitary. Solitary here means that every female of the species is fertile and will dedicate its efforts to constructing and inhabiting a nest just for itself and its direct offspring. So in such a case, there is no division of labor. This bee works, eventually defends the nest if needed, lay eggs, and will not necessarily interact with other bees. The most common behavior observed among these solitary bees is that they nest in the ground or in trees in small holes. They make little compartments or cells with debris of wood or dirt that they use as building material. They don't produce wax generally, and when a cell is ready, they lay an egg inside, put some food, typically flower pollen and nectar, for the larva that will come out of the egg, and then they seal the cell, and it's mission accomplished. They lose interest in it. Some species will then move on to make another nest, and others will make different cells in the same nest. But after one or several nests have been completed, the bee will die without having ever taken care of its offspring. By themselves, the young larvae that are protected inside these cells grow to become pupae, then adults, and they escape from the cell, and the cycle goes on. But there are variations among these many species of solitary bees. Some will tend to make their nests near the nests of other bees. They will not collaborate with them, but they live close to one another, maybe for protection or to increase the chances of mating when the young adults, male and female, leave the nests. There are also examples of species in which several females nest together. Each will make and provision their own cells, but they share a common nest, so they are not fully social, but they are called communal. Their organization may look like a tiny colony, but it is not one, they are just roommates, sharing a nest, and each has its own life and procreation, without any function of the nest being put in common, and no labor specialization. Common examples of solitary bees include carpenter bees, which are quite common around the world, especially in North America. Carpenter bees are all dark and not aggressive at all. They will only sting when in a desperate situation, if ever. And their name, carpenter bees, comes from their inclination to nest in wood, in dead wood or bamboo, that they dig to build their nest. Even though they are solitary bees, because they do not specialize, and all females are fertile, carpenter bees often live with other members of the species, in common nests that are often multi-generational. Carpenter bees can live up to 3 years, which is quite old for a bee. For comparison, among honeybees, the average worker lives only 1 year. And so carpenter bees have time to see their daughters, and later even their granddaughters, be born in the same nest, where they all stay. So various generations may share the nest, in good intelligence, even though they will not cooperate further, as I said. Another example of solitary bee is the leafcutter, another species that is called like this because they chew leaves or petals into fragments that they use in their nests, in particular to line the cells of their nests. It is believed it helps prevent the desiccation of the food inside. It insulates the cell and provides a bit of moisture. To the general public, like you and me, these bees are very hard to distinguish from honeybees. They look the same, so we probably see them regularly and take them for honeybees. Yet another example of solitary bee is the mason bee, a name given to several species because they build their nests with mud, typically in natural gaps like cracks in stones or other small cavities. There are different species of mason bees, but they are easy to distinguish from honeybees because of their colors. They are often metallic green or metallic blue, so they can be mistaken for big flies, and some are also blackish like carpenter bees. But their life cycle is similar to the species I mentioned before. Females build cells where they put their egg with food. They seal them, and the new bee will do the rest inside the cell until it reaches maturity and exits to live its life. But what about the males, the drones? They exit their cells like the females, and typically they remain near, waiting for females to be born. It has been observed that some males actually extract females from their cells. That's how impatient they are. Because when the females emerge, they immediately mate with one or several males, and without any wait, the female already starts looking for food and a place to build its nest. The males die soon after, almost immediately. They typically only live for a few days, and once their task of participating in reproduction is accomplished, they die. Now let's take a closer look at the beginning of this life cycle. What is inside this egg, and how do new bees really form? The egg contains an embryo that feeds on the egg's nutritive content. And this embryo develops into a larva. What is a larva exactly? In different species, especially insects, but not only, amphibians like frogs have larvae too. A larva is a juvenile, but one that is morphologically very different from the adult. It will undergo metamorphosis into the next stage of its life to turn into an adult. So, in the comfort and the protection of the cell, the larva that hatches from the egg consumes the food left by the adult bee, or that the bees give it when the care of the young is done in common. The larva gains weight and energy for the next stage, the pupa stage. From Latin pupa, which means doll. What causes this transformation? It is encoded in DNA, but what controls it is a cocktail of hormones. Hormones that are produced by the larva determine the processes of entering and completing the pupal stage. So at this point, the bee larva will make a cocoon, inside which the metamorphosis will take place. This is a similar process that happens to butterflies. The caterpillar is the larva of butterflies. It generally feeds by itself. It is not left with food inside a cell, like bees, but it is the same process, the same logic. Once the larva is ready, hormones make it transition to the pupa stage, which is also called a chrysalis in the case of butterflies. And inside the cocoon that they create, the metamorphosis takes place. An adult individual forms, typically looking very different from the larva. And when it is ready, it emerges from the dead skin of the pupa. This empty exoskeleton of the pupa is called an exuvia. In the case of most hymenopterans, like bees, wasps, or ants, this exuvia is very thin and light. It has almost no substance, so as the new bee emerges from it, it becomes crumpled and loses its shape. But for that part of their life cycle, bees are like butterflies and other insects. They go through stages that dramatically change their appearance. And there is no such thing as a baby bee looking like a bee but smaller. The baby bee is a larva. Now, all bees do not spin cocoons when they transition to the pupa stage. First and foremost, cocoons are protective barriers that serve to protect from predators and possibly pathogens while the metamorphosis takes place inside. But it is unknown why some species of bees make cocoons and others not. They all grow in cells that were sealed when they were an egg, or that are underguard protected if they were born into a colony. So in theory they are protected from the outside environment. But still, some species will spin an additional cocoon and others not. How long does it take to go from egg to adult? Not that long, actually. It depends on the species, but the order of magnitude is a few weeks at most. The pupal stage itself, when the organism is completely redesigned internally and externally to go from a little tube like a larva is to a fully formed insect, this only lasts 1 or 2 weeks. Bees are protected by their cells, and when they are social by the colony, they will soon be born into. But this quick transformation among insects may be a good defense mechanism that was selected after many generations. The pupal stage is dangerous. The individual is consuming a lot of energy to go through this phase. In a majority of cases, it is unable to move or defend itself. It is exposed to weather conditions. So it becomes very vulnerable. This means that a quick transformation in a few days rather than weeks or months is an advantage, because it shortens this period when they are unprotected and unable to escape. As often in nature, there are atypical and surprising behaviors from a few species. An example with bees is a few parasitic species, such as the cuckoo bumblebee. Bumblebee is a general term for over 250 species of one family of bees, from the genus Bombus. Their bodies are rounder than honeybees. Most bumblebees are social and they form colonies with a queen, even though these colonies are much smaller than for honeybees, and they can have only 50 members sometimes. The cuckoo bumblebee is different. It is called brood parasitic, like the cuckoo bird. They steal nests instead of making their own. A cuckoo bumblebee queen starts by invading another bumblebee nest and killing its resident queen to take its place. Then they start laying eggs, their own eggs that will turn into cuckoo bumblebees. But the workers of the colony are abused, and they care for these eggs that are not even their own kind. Their workforce is being hijacked by the cuckoo bumblebee. So, as you see, the way bees live is much more diverse than the well-known colony organization in a hive. But obviously, bees stand out for the social capabilities of some of their species, especially honeybees. There are different levels of sociality depending on animal species. Various individuals can live together,
but it doesn't mean that every group works the same. For example, mammals are often social, they live in groups, but generally they don't strongly specialize. Sometimes they hunt together, but each adult individual is able to look for their own food. Reproduction is not limited to a queen. All male and female individuals remain fertile. And even though caring for the youngs is sometimes a shared task, it is primarily their mother that does it. Bees go much further than that, like wasps or ants. They form a society in which individuality disappears completely behind a function. Worker, soldier, reproductor. Individuals are grown to fill one of these functions, and it determines everything about their life, including their behavior and their appearance. They are programmed even before they were born. The food they are given makes them evolve a certain way. In such a society, the reproductive function is limited to one queen per colony. A bigger individual that has mated and can lay up to 1 million of eggs, giving birth to as many daughters, workers that will make the colony function and be unable to reproduce themselves. From time to time, a few males and potential queens that can keep the colony working or fund another are produced, and this is how the species spreads. This type of extreme sociality, which is very different from ours and most animal species, is called eusociality. I told you about it more in details in a previous story about ants. Hymenopterans have this propensity to be eusocial, and so are termites, and there is one example of mammal that has been found to be eusocial, but it is little known: the mole rat, which is an ugly little rodent that lives in the Horn of Africa and parts of Kenya. So there is this story about ants if you wish to know more about eusociality. But now, let's take a look at how honeybees live, communicate, and maintain their colonies that can house tens of thousands of bees. A new colony begins with a process called swarming, a phenomenon that typically happens in spring. Worker bees can create special types of round cells called queen cups or queen cells. In these particular cells, regular eggs will be placed, but the way the larva will be fed will determine its development into a queen. Queens are only fed royal jelly, which is a substance rich in protein that young worker bees produce with glands on their heads. All bees receive some royal jelly, regardless of their sex or their future caste, their future function. But future queens are fed exclusively with it, and in large amounts, whereas future workers receive a mixture called bee bread or bee pollen, which is what you see on the legs of bees when they fly from flower to flower to collect pollen and nectar from flowers. They make these little yellow or orange balls on their legs, with these two substances mixed, balls that are rich in sugars, proteins, and vitamins. This mixture is the basic ingredient for honey. Worker bees will swallow and regurgitate it into cells. The activity of their enzymes, contained in their saliva, and the evaporation of liquid transforms this sugary mixture into honey, which is viscous and thick. And they keep it inside the hive, stored in honeycombs to feed the colony after spring and summer, when supply of nectar and pollen in flowers will end. So it is the difference in food that determines whether an egg will give birth to a sterile worker or a queen. But there is another category of bees that are born in these cells, a minority of males that serve only for reproduction. They do not work, but they live as long as they mate with a queen, after which they fall to the ground and die, their destiny fulfilled. It is generally age that makes an old queen start laying eggs in queen cups. As the larva grows in them, the workers expand the cell, because the future queen is going to be a bit bigger than a regular worker, and the different size and different shape of this cell indicates that its inhabitant has to be fed only with royal jelly until the new queen reaches maturity and exits the cell. At this point, it is only a virgin queen that can theoretically reproduce, but has not mated yet. Mated with a drone. Several virgin queens may be born at the same time, but often only one survives, because their instinct pushes them to look for rivals and eliminate them as soon as possible by stinging them. But not their mother, the old reigning queen, because generally this one leaves the hive with part of the workers before the daughters are born. They form a swarm that will follow the queen and look for a place to build a new colony. When we see a big mass of bees in a tree or any kind of support, bees that are just staying stuck together without building or inhabiting a structure, this is a swarm. They will not stay where they are. They have scout bees that are looking for a place where they could build a new colony. And as soon as they find it, they will all leave to this new place. Back in the colony where new queens have been born, one or a few of them, if several have survived, will then fly to a drone congregation area, a zone where male and female bees can meet to mate. And there, the virgin queens will mate with 12 to 15 different drones. None of these gets lost. The young queen, which is no longer virgin, but now mated, stores up to 6 million sperm in its abdomen, sperm that will be selectively released over the following years to fertilize the eggs. The drones die, and the young queen goes back home. Her life outside is now over for a long time. Timing can vary, but generally a new queen goes to the mating area only 6 to 10 days after it emerged. Mating can last 1 or 2 days, and after that, she will no longer leave the colony, except several years later as an old queen, when she herself produces new queens, so a new cycle can begin. Once back at the hive, the work of giving birth to the next generations of bees begins. Helped by the workers, the queen lays dozens and then hundreds of eggs every day, which are taken care of by the workers. The workers feed her continuously, because laying these eggs is exhausting. A well-fed and well-mated queen can lay about 1,500 eggs per day during spring. This is more than her own weight in eggs every day. So she is constantly surrounded by workers that feed and hydrate her, take away the waste and the eggs that constantly form and get out of the queen. The eggs are placed in cells, and the larvae inside will be fed and protected until they end their metamorphosis and exit, generally as workers, to immediately start working for the colony. How long does it last for a queen? It depends, but it can range from 2 to 7 years. They live longer than workers. The queen does not stay always in the same place inside the hive, like an ant queen would, for example. Queen bees move above the cells that have been built by the workers, and they lay the eggs inside the cells. The queen decides the sex of the eggs she lays. If they are fertilized, a female individual will appear. If not, it will be a male. And she knows what to lay because of the size of the cells that the workers have prepared. Most of the cells are smaller and for female workers. A few ones are larger and will be for drones for males. In queen cells, the queen will obviously lay a female egg, but the workers are the ones that build these cells. How do they know that time has come to raise new queens? They receive instructions from the queen via a pheromone, a chemical factor that is secreted by the queen and most of the time inhibit their instinct to construct queen cells. When the queen ages, she stops releasing this pheromone, or the quantity of pheromone diminishes. The workers are no longer inhibited, and they make the queen cells where new queens will be raised. I told you before that virgin queens were only slightly bigger than workers before mating, and not easy to distinguish from workers. This changes after mating, when they return to the hive and start laying eggs. They grow and become significantly bigger than the average bee. Typically, they have twice the length, that is to say, a bit less than 1 inch or 2 centimeters. So in short, this is how the queen in a colony is replaced, and also how a colony can survive the death of the queen, or her departure in a swarm, and keep existing regardless. If several queens of the same colony mate successfully as the colony is still in swarm mode, the colony will split into as many smaller groups that depart and look for a place to create a new nest. But beware for the mated queen that returns to a colony where another mated queen is already installed. There is no place for the two of them, And typically the intruder, the second one to arrive, will be attacked and killed by the workers that do not recognize her as their queen. Just a quick vocabulary observation, by the way. We used to say hive or beehive for the nest of any bee colony. But in scientific and professional beekeeping literature, a hive is not the same as a nest. A nest is a natural or artificial cavity used by a colony of bees, but a place that was not intended for that use. Whereas a hive is man-made. It is one of these little houses for bees that beekeepers maintain and that make the harvesting of beekeeping products, honey, wax, royal jelly, so much easier, because a nest built by honeybees will always have similar structures with honeycombs, but it can take any shape and could not be harvested without completely destroying it. We will return to beekeeping in a minute. Apart from these short swarming periods, what activities take place in the nest or the beehive, apart from their reproductive function? Collecting and storing food is central, as we have seen, and a large number of workers are sent out to collect pollen and nectar in flowers. This is where they play their role as pollinizers, as you know. Flying from flower to flower, the bees transport inadvertently little grains of pollen that carry the genetic material of plants and will fertilize plants of the same species. Bees are not the only insects doing this, but their role is very important because of their numbers and their presence all around the world. There would actually probably be no flowers if it wasn't for pollinizing insects. The necessity flowers correspond to, with their colors and their scent, is to attract insects for pollination. And they exchange this service against food, in particular the sweet nectar that insects find at the center of the flower, which forces them to get covered in pollen to reach the nectar. So workers bring back these little balls of pollen and nectar that are a food source, but one that is available only in spring and summer when there are flowers. Food also has to be stored, and this is where honey is important. Honey is stored food for the cold month. Food that is stored inside hexagonal cells made of wax, of beeswax. Why would bees make cells shaped like hexagons, with 6 sides? There is a logical justification to it. This hexagonal shape is optimal to optimize strength, available storage space, and the quantity of building material of wax that is needed. If they made squares or triangles, it would be more fragile. But how do the bees know that and plan to make hexagonal cells? Actually, a theory is that they may not know that they are constructing hexagons in their honeycombs. They don't build one wall at a time. Instead, they dig holes into what will become a honeycomb, holes that are like tubes, circular, into soft wax. The wax is kept soft by the heat of the bees working around it. And when the wax solidifies, when it gets colder, it hardens in the way that is energetically the most efficient, which happens to be this hexagonal pattern. So the reason for this hexagonal shape of the cells is not that the bees would be genius mathematicians. It would just happen like this because it is energetically logical. But still, it doesn't take anything away from the cooperation capabilities of the bees and their construction capacity. They produce the wax themselves in special glands that all workers have on their abdomen. But how do they coordinate and communicate between them? A lot of their behavior is pure instinct. They are programmed for it. Depending on their caste, on their function, they will automatically start working or trying to mate without second thoughts. But this is not enough to function on a daily basis. A colony also needs to adapt to an environment, to defend against intruders, to go look for a place to nest or to collect food. And this requires communication. The communication of bees appears to be particularly rich. It was observed that the first mean of communication they have is dance. For example, a foraging bee, on return to the nest, will indicate where it found a good food source with a specific series of moves on the comb, in close circles, alternating right and left. This language is still not perfectly understood, but it works. Other workers will observe the dance and know where to go, the direction, the distance. Another means of communication is called the shaking signal. A bee holds another bee with its front legs and will vibrate its body. It is believed that this move, which is very often executed by foraging bees on bees that are about to go foraging, is another way of transmitting information about food. Then there is chemical communication via pheromones. I mentioned earlier these pheromones of the queen that inhibit the construction of queen cups. But these are just one example of pheromone communication, among many. There are many activities for which bees release pheromones: mating, alarm, defense, colony recognition, orientation. So when we see a big group of bees that seems chaotic, in reality they are all intensely communicating at any time and reacting to information provided by others. This is typical of a new social group in which the colony works only with the contribution of each of its parts and functions like a superorganism. We have seen that bees were ancient, that they were diverse in their appearance and ways of life. But what about the relation between bees and humans? Most bee species are wild, the western honeybee being often considered a domesticated species. But there is still a debate about its degree of domestication. Because it is true that honeybees have been selected for several features that are seen as desirable. Compared with wild bees, they are more resistant to disease and cold weather. They are less aggressive. They can be easily numbed with smoke. They don't swarm very often. They produce a lot of honey. But on the other hand, they have not changed much their behavior or their morphology, like domesticated animals usually do. They just were selected among different species, and they accepted to move into these man-made houses. And why wouldn't they? Because these little houses are perfect for them. It is hard to say exactly when apiculture, beekeeping, started. We know from paintings on cave walls found in Spain and in France that people collected honey from nests of wild bees around at least 9,000 to 10,000 years ago. It could well have started earlier than that, but we have no proof. Domestication, or beekeeping, is attested in ancient Egypt in the 3rd millennium BC. And we know the Egyptians were big consumers of honey. This is the oldest proof of beekeeping ever discovered, so it is supposed that beekeeping started in Egypt. But it is not fully proven either. Apart from honey, another valuable product that bees provided for thousands of years was beeswax. The first use of wax was for candles. There were other methods of candle making, with animal fat, for example. But beeswax was the superior material for that. It was precious, and it could also be used for seals, as a lubricant, or to maintain wooden furniture, or even in painting as an ingredient. Nowadays, natural beeswax is too rare and expensive for industrially produced candles and wax objects. But there remains a production of upscale candles made of beeswax, an artisanal production. They are often given an appearance that reminds of a honeycomb with the hexagons. Apart from these well-known products of beekeeping, there are others, such as bee bread or bee pollen, this raw material produced by foraging bees as they collect food. This is edible by humans, but not very frequent because it is not as interesting as honey or other products, and it can cause allergies. It sounds a bit gross, but there is also bee brood, used as food. This is the mixture made of eggs, larvae and pupae of honeybees that can be consumed. It is very nutritive, rich in proteins and vitamins, but not everyone is excited by the prospect of eating this. And then there is propolis, which is a resinous mixture collected by bees. They find resin on tree buds or sap flows and use it as a sealant, a building material in their hives, in their nests. Collected from hives and as a tincture, propolis is sold as a cold and flu remedy. And finally, one last valuable subproduct of beekeeping is royal jelly. This secretion produced by young workers used to feed the larvae and the queen. It is often marketed as a superfood with important health benefits, which are still debated because the health benefits remain to be proven. But royal jelly is yet another very nutritive, well-known beekeeping product. And at least apart from potential allergies, it is not dangerous.
Tonight we're going to ask ourselves a question that has many angles and consequences. It opens many tangents too. If there had been an advanced industrial civilization in the past, the far past of our planet, millions or tens of millions of years ago, would we be able to discover it, to find its remains? In other words, what kind of traces does an industrial civilization leave behind? What objects? What buildings? What waste? What impacts on the planet? And how long before these traces disappear? This is the questioning at the heart of a hypothesis called the Silurian Hypothesis. This term, Silurian Hypothesis, appeared a few years ago, in 2018. It was the theme of a paper by two scientists, an astrophysicist called Adam Frank and a climate scientist, Gavin Schmidt. They coined or used this term after the name of a fictional species in a British sci-fi series, Doctor Who. The Silurians in this universe are a species of lizard-like humanoids, technically and scientifically advanced. So they reused this term to name what is in reality a thought experiment. What would be the ability of modern science, our ability, to detect evidence of a very ancient civilization? Not one that existed a few thousands of years ago, like archaeology studies, but millions of years ago. What could possibly remain of it? And this calls for many different approaches, many different disciplines, such as the science of materials. How long do materials last before breaking down? How long can building of stone or metal exist in different environments? Also climate science, how the signs of industrial activity could affect the climate and leave traces in geological layers, for example. Geology, too. How fast does the surface of our planet refreshes due to plate tectonics and volcanism? But also physics and chemistry. How long do artificial chemical compounds or nuclear waste really last? We are used to think about these as a long-life type of waste, and they can last for thousands or even millions of years indeed. But they are not eternal neither. And these are just a few of the aspects we're going to examine tonight. Now you probably heard the term Silurian, even if you know nothing of Doctor Who. This is because this word that the writers of the show used is also the name of a very ancient geological period in the past of Earth. The Silurian period spans 23 million years, and it came after the Ordovician and before the Devonian periods, more than 400 million years ago. It is the time to which paleontologists date the appearance of vascular plants, and also when a few small arthropods became fully terrestrial. Arthropods like arachnids and myriapods. Myriapods are the group that includes centipedes, so they became terrestrial instead of living at least part-time in water. So this is to say that Silurian hypothesis does not refer to a supposed civilization during the actual Silurian period, First, we saw that the name actually came from the fictional Silurians in Doctor Who, and in the show they are very ancient, but not by hundreds of millions of years. And second, the Silurian Hypothesis is not about an actual civilization in the far past of Earth. It is not alternative history or pseudo-history. It is about our ability, the tools and the indicators that could make the detection of very ancient civilizations possible. And you'll see that the questions this thought experiment raises are going to take us to surprising places, like astrobiology or our ability to detect possible extraterrestrial civilizations. So first, an interesting question is how long it would take for the things we make to disappear. What is the lifespan of the objects we make as an industrial society? From the most ordinary ones, like clothes or wares, to vehicles, all the way to high-performance industrial plants that use very strong materials, like carbon fiber or special steel, military tanks or the vessels of nuclear reactors, for example. For textiles, the time to decompose and eventually break down entirely to the molecular level depends highly on their types and in which environment they are placed, obviously. Natural fabrics that are biodegradable disappear the fastest. It can even be surprisingly fast. Linen from flax is the fastest. Pure linen, without other fibers or dyes, can decompose in just 2 weeks if placed in a wet soil, with ideal conditions for composting. In a dry place, it can last thousands of years. For example, the strips of linen that were used to wrap Egyptian mummies have generally been found altered, but still in a relatively good state. They had maintained their shape and cohesion, and they were made of linen. Cotton takes a few months to decompose in ideal conditions, up to 6 to 8 months in regular soil, a few years if it is dry soil, and again thousands of years in dry air. The most resistant natural fibers are wool and silk. In soil, they decompose in a few years. Now, not surprisingly, plastic-based synthetic fibers take a lot more time. Polyester, nylon, or acrylic decompose in 20 to 200 years. But that's just for the structure of the piece of fabric to disappear. What they do in nature or in landfills is fraction into tiny objects called microplastics. You heard of them. Their presence in water and soils is a potential health hazard. Microplastics are defined as particles smaller than 5 millimeters. But one particle of microplastic can still contain millions of molecules. Typically compounds like polyethylene, polystyrene, or polypropylene. The question becomes, how long before microplastics fully break down into individual molecules, or before these molecules themselves disappear? Because it takes much longer, but they do disappear eventually. Microplastics undergo physical fragmentation when they are exposed to UV light or movements in their environment, due to wind or waves, for example, as well as what is called chemical weathering. That is to say, they react chemically with oxygen, they oxide, or light, which is called photodegradation. They break into even smaller particles, smaller fragments, called nanoplastics, that are defined as smaller than 1 picometer. And they keep disappearing like this over hundreds or thousands of years. In practice, on our planet, microplastics have an estimated half-life of up to 2,500 years. Half-life, that is to say the time it takes for half a given sample, a given quantity, to fully break down and disappear. In practice, it means that if you spread 1 pound of microplastics on Earth, in average, half a pound will remain in 2,500 years. Of course, it depends on where they are, in the sea, more or less deep. It goes faster near the surface, because there is light that triggers the breakdown. In cold, dark and low oxygen areas, like the deep sea or buried landfills, it tends to be more. Now, 2,500 years is a lot to the scale of our lives, and clearly almost all of the microplastics we are producing today will still be around during the lives of our children's children. That's an ethical and environmental issue. But on a geological scale, 2,500 years is close to nothing. In a million years, there are 400 periods of 2,500 years. So if we take this half-life of 2,500 years as a basis, it is fair to say that only traces of the microplastics we have produced until now will remain in a million years. In 2 million years, everything will be gone and microplastics will have been cleaned up. So, returning to our initial question, the objects and fibers made of hydrocarbons, of plastics, that our civilization produces on a massive scale, will all have been entirely broken down in a couple million years. In other words, if a civilization had produced plastic bags, toys, or synthetic clothes more than 2 million years ago, we couldn't find them, let alone at the time of the actual Silurian period, 400 million years ago. Now, plastics may disappear, but what about metals? What about big and dense metallic objects like a military tank or the vessel of a nuclear reactor that are built to be particularly resistant? Metallic objects do not decompose like organic materials, they corrode. That is to say, they react with oxygen to form oxides or hydrogen to form hydroxides. Iron does it relatively fast. It rusts. But even steel, which is mostly a mix of carbon and iron, does it too, including stainless steel. All alloys that include small quantities of other elements, such as chromium, they are formulated to corrode much less. And they corrode much slower, indeed, but they do, eventually. Here again, corrosion highly depends on the environment, especially the presence of water or oxygen. But to give you an idea about orders of magnitude, objects like cans, metal chips or beams used in construction would disaggregate in a few decades to a few centuries if they were no longer maintained. They would break down into smaller pieces of corroded metal that keeps reacting and could eventually turn to dust. A dust of iron oxide, mostly. The larger the surface exposed, the fastest it corrodes. So things like metal cans or sheets of metal would disappear first. But eventually, all iron-based objects on Earth would be affected. Stainless steel used in appliances, tools, or structures would take longer, but the order of magnitude is a few thousand years. This is important for our buildings because they are essentially made of materials that can break quickly on a geological scale. Stone, brick, mortar, wood, and metal. If humankind was to disappear entirely, leaving its buildings behind, of course wood would disappear first, attacked by insects and decomposing. But more solid elements like brick and mortar would also collapse in a few decades to a few centuries, especially in regions where it rains a lot. A building that is not maintained will end up having infiltrations of rainwater, or humidity will accumulate in the walls, dissolving cement and bricks in a few centuries. And even different types of stone, be they sedimentary, like limestone, or magmatic, like granite. Magmatic means it comes from the cooling and solidification of magma or lava. For these it takes much longer, tens of thousands of years. But if they are exposed to the air or humidity, they would be affected. For many buildings, vegetation would also attack their structures. Roots are very strong. They can cause dislocation of foundations and walls when left unchecked. So, in a theoretical world where humankind would have disappeared overnight and would no longer maintain any building, most houses would collapse in a few decades or centuries. The first skyscrapers would collapse in a matter of decades too, due to infiltration and the corrosion of their metal structures. And after a few thousand years, there would barely be a single building still up. Again, that would depend a lot on where they are. Very dry regions with little to no seismic activity would offer better conditions. For example, there are Egyptian monuments, starting with the pyramids, that are thousands of years old, and they still stand. But even there, erosion due to the wind and the very slow but real reaction of stone to the moisture in the air, however dry the air may be, would make them disappear eventually. After a few tens of thousands of years, all buildings ever built by humans would have turned to piles of rubble and would be in the process of breaking down into ever smaller particles. There's the question of whether they could survive longer if they were buried by sedimentation, or why not fossilize? We will discuss that later. But any building on the surface would be affected by this decay and would start a process of disappearing. Now, staying with metals or alloys, What about metals that are not as reactive as iron and its alloys like steel? For example, aluminium, or noble metals like gold, that do not oxide at all. Aluminium that is used in cans, foils, or aircrafts is very resistant to corrosion. Still, it does oxide. It is resistant because it typically forms an oxide layer that prevents further oxidation. This means it happens more slowly, but it still happens. Aluminium foil would disappear or break down into tiny particles in a few centuries. Larger and thicker objects would last thousands of years. Still, not that much for geological times. The same is true of copper, bronze and brass, these two last ones being alloys containing copper, tin and zinc. They also form a protective layer that protects them and slows down oxidation. But it happens, and actually bronze objects that date from a few thousand years, like swords or figurines, are generally found already very altered. Another class of metals is the ones that do not react at all with oxygen, noble metals, such as gold or titanium. In their case, it is true that they will not naturally disappear or break down. There are parts of electronic devices or jewelry that could stay absolutely unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, billions of years even, and be found as new, as long as they are not destroyed. For example, molten under the Earth's crust or buried so deeply that they cannot be detected. Now, if we try and imagine what product or what waste left by an industrial civilization lasts for the longest period of time, another thing that may come to mind is nuclear waste. When we speak of nuclear waste, this covers very different things. The least problematic type of waste with the shortest lifespan is equipment, materials that served in nuclear plants and have been contaminated, from machines to things like gloves and clothing. These need to be handled carefully, but given that they are just contaminated objects that are covered with radioactive particles, rather than actual radioactive material, they quickly lose their radioactivity in a matter of years. It never entirely disappears, but it converges with natural radioactivity, this low level of radiation that exists on our planet everywhere, because we are surrounded with a few unstable atoms that eventually decay and emit radiations and tiny particles. These equipments lose their radioactivity quickly and then break down, like the materials we spoke about before, be they plastic or metal. What lasts much, much longer are some isotopes, some subproducts of the fission of the fuel, generally uranium, used in nuclear reactors. You know that when uranium atoms fission in a reactor, which is what we want, this is what releases the energy that powers a nuclear reactor and makes water boil. So when they fission, plenty of new atoms form, different isotopes. An isotope is a type of atom with more or less neutrons. What defines an atom is its number of protons in its nucleus. But most atoms have different possible variants, possible versions, with more or less neutrons. And this number of neutrons is a big factor that determines how stable they are. For example, the element carbon has 6 protons in its nucleus, but there can be more or less neutrons. Most common carbon atoms have also 6 neutrons. They are called carbon-12. 12 because of the 12 particles in their nucleus, 6 protons and 6 neutrons. But there can be more neutrons. You heard of carbon-14, for example. That serves for the dating of fossils or archaeological artifacts. Carbon-14 has 8 neutrons, and it is mildly radioactive, meaning that it is a bit unstable, and eventually carbon-14 atoms will decay into another element, in that case nitrogen. It is thanks to this property that carbon-14 is useful for dating. Because if you have a given sample of carbon-14, half of it will disappear due to radioactive decay in a period of precisely 5,730 years. It is the concept of half-life that I told you about before. Carbon-14 has a half-life of 5,730 years. So if we take, for example, a piece of prehistoric wood that formed in the past and contained a standard quantity of carbon-14, and we measure how much of this carbon-14 remains in it today, we can deduce how many half-lives took place since it formed, and from there estimate how old it is. Now, some of the isotopes, the new atoms that result from the fission of uranium and then the fission of other elements born from it because it goes on, some of the isotopes that appear when nuclear reactions take place in a reactor disappear very quickly. They have half-lives of a few seconds or minutes or hours. These disappear inside the nuclear reactors, also contributing to power them, as their fission releases more energy. But some other isotopes have very long half-lives, tens of thousands to millions of years. There are several of them with very long half-lives, but an extreme case is an isotope of iodine, iodine-129, with 129 particles in its nucleus. And this one has a half-life of 16 million years. So 16 million years after it is taken out of a nuclear reactor, half of it will still be there, continuing to decay and generating life-threatening levels of radiation. This is the long life or very long life type of waste that the nuclear industry generates. And even though processes exist to reduce this ultimate waste to the minimum, there are still tons of it produced each year around the world that need to be stored somewhere. In most countries, they are stored underground, in underground facilities. So this is a trace that we are leaving behind us, and even in 10 half-lives of iodine-129 in 160 million years, there will still be tons of it on Earth. Ideally, this ultimate waste should be taken to storage sites dug in geological formations that are expected to remain stable for millions of years, because they are well above sea level and far from the edges of tectonic plates. But this is often highly controversial because no one wants such a repository facility near them. For example, in the US, there is a proposed site, a project that has been around for decades to create such an underground depository in Nevada, the Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository. But it has faced enough opposition to be delayed multiple times, and still hasn't received the type of long-life nuclear waste it was designed to store. But regardless of where we end up putting this nuclear waste, it is here to stay and will testify of our existence in tens of millions of years. But considering such long periods of time brings us to another set of questions of a more geological nature. The natural alteration of artifacts, or the radioactive decay of nuclear waste, is one thing, but it is something rather theoretical. In real conditions, the surface of the Earth evolves. There is plate tectonics, volcanism, why not big asteroids reaching the surface and causing cataclysms? There is sedimentation too, different mechanisms that may deeply bury or even destroy the traces of our existence. On the other hand, objects, or why not even human bodies, could also fossilize and be preserved for a very long time as mineral prints of what they used to be. So let's look into these aspects, starting with the question of fossilization. Could we leave fossilized traces that would last millions or hundreds of millions of years? Under the term fossil in paleontology, there are quite different types of remains. A fossil is defined as a preserved remain, or even an impression of any once living thing. The body of a prehistoric creature can become a fossil, but so can a print left by the foot of a dinosaur. So, more than a specific type of object, a fossil is a material piece of evidence of ancient life, including very small life forms. The oldest known fossils we have in the fossil record on Earth date back from more than 3 billion years, and they are microscopic microorganisms. So fossils can survive for extremely long periods of time, provided they are buried in places that protect them from erosion, because they are mineral items. The first process that causes fossilization is called replacement. It is when tissues are buried in a wet environment before they decompose, and the groundwater in this environment has to be rich in dissolved minerals like silica or calcite. This groundwater, over a long period of time, will seep into the pores and cells of the organism, depositing its minerals that replace all the biological material. A lot of shells were preserved this way. It is not really that the tissues or cells have turned to stone. They are replaced with stone, as these dissolved minerals take the space left by the biological material when it breaks down and is taken away. The result is a fossil that preserves the external shape with a new composition. A variant of this process that can happen in similar conditions is called permineralization. Here too, mineral-rich groundwater deposits minerals, but instead of replacing everything, the minerals form like a coating on a very fine level, including on a cellular level, which preserves the original organic structure. A lot of dinosaur bones or wood were preserved this way, and this gives some of the best fossils because it creates extremely fine molds of their cells. Yet another process is carbonization or compression. When an organic body is buried in a hot and low oxygen environment with pressure, volatile elements like carbon are going to escape from this buried organic matter. But because it is buried and pressurized, the carbon cannot escape further. So it forms a thin carbon film that outlines the shape of the organism. You have probably seen these 2D shapes or prints of ancient fish on rock, sedimentary rock. A lot of plants too, with the outline of their leaves and stem. These darker impressions are the outlines of organisms that underwent fossilization by carbonization. There are also rare cases of almost unaltered preservation. The best known example is entrapment in amber. Generally it is insects or fragments of plants that were trapped in tree resin that later hardened into amber. Inside this kind of sarcophagus without oxygen and the resin filling in every cavity, the organism is preserved as it is. Other mechanisms that can lead to unaltered preservation may include freezing in glaciers or falling into natural asphalt or tar traps. But in practice, these traps or frozen medium do not last for more than a few thousand or tens of thousands of years. So technically they may create fossils, but they will not have such a long lifespan before the glacier melts or the tar trap disappears due to movements underground. And also freezing slows down decomposing dramatically, but at the temperatures we have on Earth, it doesn't stop it entirely. So eventually the organism will decompose, even if it is frozen. There are other, rarer processes. But one last type of fossils are the remains that are indirect proofs of life, such as molds and casts of footprints or of feces, what is called coprolites, that are fossilized feces. Here too, these molds and casts are due to minerals filling a cavity and drying as the water that carried them evaporates or trickles down further into the ground. These casts are rougher than replacement or permineralized fossils, because here, instead of having a fine coating or replacement on a microscopic scale, it is just minerals fitting an underground cavity left by a decomposed organism or a trace of its activity. So are mineral fossils eternal? In theory, pretty much, as long as they are buried into a stable and dry geological layer, where erosion due to wind or water cannot reach them. Still, fossils are rare, and only a tiny fraction of living organisms ever fossilize. because it takes extraordinary circumstances. Circumstances such as a landslide that suddenly buries them entirely, be it on land or underwater, or a drop of tree resin big enough and liquid enough to trap them entirely. It also takes a medium with perfect conditions of protection and mineral-rich groundwater. A human body could perfectly fossilize, and the proof is that we have fossilized bones and skulls of prehistoric men. But the condition for these fossils to keep existing and be discovered later is the stability of their medium and its accessibility. If they surface, they will be destroyed by erosion, and if the geological layer in which they are trapped goes under a tectonic plate and dives back to the Earth's mantle, they will also be destroyed. If they are buried under miles and miles of sediments, they will become unretrievable. So this brings us to the geological question. How does sedimentation work? And how long do geological layers survive before the surface of Earth is refreshed with new material coming from volcanoes or the rifts between tectonic plates that move away from one another? Sedimentation is the geological process by which sediments, solid particles, accumulate as layers on the Earth's surface. These particles may be carried by water, such as in riverbeds, or at the bottom of the seas and oceans, or by air under the form of dust. These sediments are produced by the erosion of rocks due to water or wind, or they can be biological remains, for example the exoskeletons of tiny crustaceans underwater, or even on land, or they can be produced by chemical precipitation, when two fluid elements, liquid or gas, react and form a solid. So they are of different origins, and over time they form an ever-growing layer of accumulated sediments that, given time and the rising pressure, may turn into new rocks, sedimentary rocks. At the scale of our lives, it is a slow process, but one that is still perfectly perceptible in some places. Just think about this thin layer of dust that accumulates in our homes if the furniture is not regularly dusted. In a few days, it may become visible. After a few weeks, it is already rather consistent. And if you give it 1 or 2 years, the layer of dust can be relatively thick, like around 1 millimeter, depending on how air circulates inside a home and the quantity of particles in the air. But take this millimeter of yearly dust and multiply it by 1,000 for a millennium or 100,000. It becomes feet above feet of piled particles. And 100,000 years is not much, geologically speaking. Another quick tangent, by the way. What is the dust in our homes made of? It depends on where you live and the air outside your home. But it is always a mix of different things that will make you want to vacuum your home more often. From the inside of the home come tiny fragments of textiles, clothing, carpets, curtains. There's also dead skin cells, hair, and dust mite debris. From outside, every time we open a door or a window,
enters outdoor soil, pollen, bacteria, mold, spores of plants and fungi, tiny bits of plastic, these micro and nanoplastics we talked about before. All of this floats in the air and eventually settles on every surface. Now, geologically, what happens in our homes is anecdotal. Bear in mind that the phenomenon also happens in oceans that cover 2/3 of our planet. In the oceans, there is a constant rain of mineral and organic particles, what is called marine snow, on which many organisms feed all the way down to the oceanic floor. Part of it ends up piling down at the bottom. Under most seas worldwide, except near the rifts where new oceanic floor is being created with magma coming from the Earth's mantle, in other places the layers of sediments can be several kilometers or several miles thick. So sedimentation tends to slowly bury everything in most places on Earth. And it happens slowly but surely, all the time and almost everywhere. Technically, the rare zones that are spared sedimentation are places where humans remove sediments. In our cities, our villages, our homes, or the top of mountain chains that provide sediments due to wind and water trickling down as rain, snow or glaciers, but they barely receive any sediments. Now, when geologists speak of sedimentation, what they have in mind is essentially underwater sedimentation, in riverbeds and even more in the seas, where the phenomenon creates enormous layers over time. A lot of continental regions on Earth are called sedimentary plains. These land areas were submerged long ago, and then, either because the plate they were on went up, or the sea level went down, they became emerged. Typically, they have kilometers or hundreds of meters of sediments that tend to form large plains, often fertile plains. In America, the eastern United States, particularly the Atlantic and Gulf coasts, and the Midwest, are vast sedimentary plains. So is a large part of Europe and the northern half of France, for example. Sedimentary plains are very common, and people living on them are used to find little fossils of shells, not specifically on beaches. It can be everywhere, in forests, in fields, in gardens. These are all small marine creatures that lived millions or tens of millions of years ago, and they fell down to the bottom of the ocean to stay there in the sedimentary layer until they emerged and ended up on land. So, at what speed does sedimentation take place in oceans? In the abyss, far from every coast, and where the water column may be several miles high, it is rather slow, around 3 millimeters per 1,000 years. That is to say, in 1,000,000 years, if nothing affects the process, only 3 meters of sediments will accumulate. It is so slow because sediments brought by rivers or the erosion of the coastline don't reach these regions. Closer to the shores, and if there are waters with a lot of marine life, it goes much faster. In open seas
or oceans that are a few hundred meters deep only, it is around 1 centimeter per 1,000 years, so 100 meters per million years. And on continental shelves and coastal regions, it can be several centimeters per year, with a lot of mineral sediments carried away by the rivers that end up falling and staying on the seafloor a few miles from the coast. Sedimentation is the fastest in estuaries and deltas for the same reason. It can be several centimeters per year when rivers carry a lot of sediments, like the Amazon or the Mississippi or the Yellow River in China. Over long periods of time, sedimentation happens almost everywhere. As the sea level rises or tectonic plates go slightly down, or due to airborne sediments that can be carried even between continents. For example, the Amazonian region receives sand from the Sahara in Africa, carried by winds. So almost everything can end up buried under meters and meters of sediments. It can help preserve remains. For a large part, we owe our understanding of the different geological periods of Earth and the history of life on our planet, or the history of its climate, to sedimentary layers. But in the long run, it also makes everything disappear. It will hide the remains of any civilization so deep underground that they can become undetectable. Undetectable in many places, at least, not exactly everywhere at the scale of a planet. We still have access to layers that formed hundreds of millions of years ago. So, returning to our question of detecting the remains of a very ancient industrial civilization, given everything we talked about before, it seems reasonable to assume that some of its most resistant artifacts, such as parts of electronic devices using noble metals or jewelry, or fossilized elements, including bodies and body parts, could theoretically survive in sedimentary layers and be retrieved millions or hundreds of millions of years later. But that takes us to another question. How long do continents survive? What about their complete destruction when they undergo subduction under a tectonic plate or due to erosion? How fast is that on a planet like Earth that is geologically active? Here we have to distinguish oceanic crust, which is about 60% of Earth's surface, and continental crust, which is 40%. Oceanic crust refreshes, that is to say it is recycled and fully replaced relatively fast. The oldest zones of oceanic crust on Earth are only 280 million years old. You remember the Silurian period was more than 400 million years ago. So nothing remains of the oceanic floor that existed back then. And everything on it was destroyed. The edges of oceanic plates are subdued, meaning they go under other plates and they melt as they dive back into the Earth's mantle. Why do they dive like that? Because they are pushed by other plates or by rifts, these zones where fresh magma rises and forms a new oceanic floor. In oceanic rifts, like north to south under the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, This Atlantic rift is what pushes apart North and South America on one side and Eurasia and Africa on the other side. So the Atlantic Ocean expands. And one day, in tens of millions of years, it will become larger than the Pacific Ocean. So, in average, the renewal timescale for this oceanic crust is around 200 million years. Every 200 million years, pretty much all the oceanic crust on Earth has been refreshed. On continents, it is much slower. There is a bit of lava spreading here and there around volcanoes. But at the scale of continents, this is not much. It is almost neglectable. Most of the destruction of continents comes from subduction and erosion. Subduction is less pronounced than for oceans, and it is logical. Continents are on plates that are thicker, higher, and oceanic plates tend to go under them. So in some cases, there is a bit of subduction. There are also rifts that open on continents too, like in Eastern Africa, or one day, in a very, very distant future, there could be another one opening in California. This is less certain because the situation on the coast of California is with two plates sliding rather than drifting away from one another. But after millions of years of sliding, a rift could open there. As the sliding continues, in around 20 million years, Los Angeles and San Francisco should become adjacent. That's an example of partial destruction of continental mass. And south of them, in Mexico, Lower California has already been pulled away from the Mexican mainland, forming a big peninsula. So continents are affected by subduction and the opening of rifts, just much less than oceanic floors. And then there is erosion that tends to flatten out continents in the very long term. So continents also get destroyed, but it is way slower than the bottom of the oceans, and as a result, the continental crust on Earth is much older on average. Its average age is estimated to 2 billion years. And that's why we had access to fossils that are so ancient. The full reworking of the continents is estimated between 1 and 2 billion years. That's a lot of time, but it doesn't mean that coastlines are always stable, they move. Due to the variation of sea level, and in the long term this variation can be significant. At times, like in the Cretaceous, 100 million years ago, the sea was 200 to 250 meters higher than today. That's around 700 feet higher. So between the variations in the sea level, the rise of certain parts of the continent, where mountains go up while other areas go down, much of today's land already existed 400 million years ago, but was submerged at times. And vice versa. Areas that were part of the landmass are now underwater. Estimates about how much of today's emerged land was underwater at some point during the past 400 million years range from 50 to 80%. And that tells us that in the long run, a lot can disappear, but there are also spots on Earth that have been emerged for hundreds of millions of years, often far away from the edges of tectonic plates, and in these regions of the planet, the fossil record has been preserved. So such places exist. Fossils could still be accessible there in a very long time, and given that humankind occupies large regions of Earth, we would probably leave traces in some of these zones 100, 200, 300 million years from now. Even if they are under a thick layer of sediments, we would leave probably faint traces, because as we have discussed, only a small fraction of what we build could persist and testify of our existence. And this limited material trace that we would leave is an important argument for the authors of the Silurian Hypothesis. Given that little can remain of this direct evidence of our industrial civilization after a few hundreds of thousands of years, and after millions of years barely anything detectable, they thought that a better approach may well be to look for indirect evidence, signatures of the existence of a lost industrial civilization. What could these signatures, these markers be on a planet? They could be of different types. First, traces of nuclear activity. We discussed the waste left by civilian nuclear reactors, and I told you about examples like iodine-129, one of these very long-life subproducts of nuclear fission. But if we also include nuclear weapons, there is even longer than that, like plutonium-244, that has a half-life of 80 million years. Iodine-129 was only 16 million years. So nuclear events, such as a bomb detonating, and also the waste from reactors, can leave a radioactive trail, a signature, from isotopes that do not occur naturally or not in such quantity. And these can last a very, very long time. Another signature indicating an ancient industrial civilization could be an impact on life in general, biological markers. Humanity today has a massive and very fast negative impact on biodiversity, since we started to industrialize at least, and that was only 200 years ago. It was yesterday. The estimated decline at the moment in the number of species is considered by most experts as largely outpacing any extinction event in the history of Earth. And this quick decline, this mass extinction that is happening at the moment, this will leave traces in animal species and in the fossil record of our period. Mass extinctions may have different explanations. It can be volcanism, dramatic climate shift, asteroids. But at least based on how our industrial societies work and their impact on living species, a particularly sudden and fast mass extinction, in the absence of other factors, could be evidence of the existence of an industrial and advanced species on a planet. And still, by studying geological layers, this industrial activity can also leave other traces there in sediments. Less vegetation due to deforestation, acidification of oceans, highest concentrations of metals that were extracted and spread on the planet, or impacts on the atmosphere that also leave markers in sediments. For example, a rise in carbon dioxide due to the extensive use of fossil fuels, of hydrocarbons, or nitrogen from fertilizers. This being said, this signature would not necessarily be easy to read. For example, 56 million years ago, at the end of the Paleocene period, there was an extinction event with a rapid warming of the Earth. A warming thought to have been caused by a spike in volcanic activity and releases of methane into the atmosphere. This left a signature in the geological record with quickly rising rates of carbon dioxide and acidification of oceans, a signature that could easily look like the product of an industry that burns fossil fuels. But still, our societies are currently leaving traces in the geological record that will stay in place for hundreds of millions of years, and maybe will provide proof of our existence to another species in a lot of time, a terrestrial or extraterrestrial species that would reach Earth. I told you at the beginning that all these questions had connections with astrobiology, that is to say, the search for the possible existence of life in space, in any other place than Earth, and the detection of extraterrestrial civilizations on faraway planets. Why is that? It has to do with the Fermi paradox that I told you about in previous episodes. The Fermi paradox is the observation that we never came into contact or detected any other life form, let alone an intelligent life form. And this sounds paradoxical, because theoretically there should be plenty of life in the universe. Life may have very small odds of appearing on a given planet, but however small the chance, there are so many planets, billions of billions, across billions of galaxies, that there has to be life somewhere else, and in so many worlds, that millions of intelligent, advanced, and why not industrialized civilizations should theoretically exist. So where is everybody? Why are we alone? There are various possible explanations to this paradox. It could be that the likelihood of life appearing has been overestimated. It could be that we are too far apart, and it would be materially impossible to communicate regardless of technology. The distances would be just too great. Or maybe extraterrestrials already found us and they observe us like a zoo. We just don't know it. Or yet another one is that intelligent life forms always self-destroy after a relatively short period of time. Maybe just a few hundreds or thousands of years after they begin industrialization. And that would be the blink of an eye in cosmic time. These advanced civilizations would go extinct before making contact, and that would explain the Fermi paradox. Yes, millions of advanced civilizations could well exist across the universe, or rather have existed, but just for such a short time that they are condemned to remain alone. They appear at different periods and for too little time. And this is why astrobiology may find interesting to define tools, approaches, clues to detect extinct industrial civilizations. Knowing what we should look for would be very useful to find evidence of these possible extinct civilizations. Maybe there was one on Mars or on Venus in the very far past of the solar system. It looks very unlikely, but it cannot be entirely ruled out. So this thought experiment can also be productive this way. And beyond these aspects, the Silurian hypothesis is also a mirror we put in front of ourselves. An invitation to reflect on how we alter the planet. Maybe not really because we are at risk of destroying life on our planet. The Earth survived many mass extinctions and radical changes over the past 100 million years. We are probably not going to destroy life. It is in too many places and too adaptable to not rebound eventually. But for our own sake, it invites us to think that civilizations are not eternal. So it reframes humanity's place in time, and it prompts questions about our legacy and our stewardship of the environment. To begin with, what are cats or felidae? Felidae is a scientific name for a family of mammals, and cat means the same, but it's a colloquial term, either for all felids or more specifically for Felis catus, the domestic cat. So I will use both terms, felid or cat, interchangeably. If we want to locate felids among other animal species, one way of looking at them is to search for their ancestors and their relations to different other species. Felids are mammals. Mammals, in taxonomy, the science concerned with the classification of organisms, mammals is a class, a very wide category that contains many subdivisions into subclasses, families, and genuses, all the way down to individual species. I told you about mammals already several times in past stories when we talked of dogs, wolves, whales, or humans. So I will not repeat all this, but bear in mind that despite their differences and how they have diverged over thousands and thousands of generations, all mammals are believed to have a single ancestor, a single species, of which they have inherited a few common traits, including the fact that their females have mammary glands that produce milk to feed their young. They also have a neocortex, a particular region of the brain that no other class, reptiles, birds, fish, also has. Mammals evolved and diverged many times, giving birth to new branches of the evolutionary tree. Branches or clades, as they are called. So, if we start exploring the tree, from mammals to cats, there are 3 different subclasses of mammals first. One of them, to which felids belong, together with humans, is placental mammals. Placental as opposed to a marsupial. A placental mammal gives birth to a fully developed individual that will still need care and protection. It's a baby that will continue to grow. But the young is already fit to live out of its mother's body. It can breathe, it can feed. Marsupials have a different reproductive strategy, where the young are born relatively undeveloped, and they need to spend time in a pouch on their mother's abdomen
Both strategies can work, but historically, placental mammals have been more successful at spreading around the world. They live on every continent with thousands of species, whereas marsupials have only survived to our days in Australia, parts of Asia and the Americas. Then there is a third, less famous subclass of mammals called monotremata, the monotremes. These ones live exclusively in Australia and New Guinea. And they are mammals that lay eggs. So the development of the embryo happens entirely outside the body of the mother. But when the eggs hatch, the mother feeds the young with her milk. The most famous species of monotreme is the platypus, that is endemic to eastern Australia. However, even though this particular strategy was never dominant among mammals, fossil records indicate that different other species of monotremes preceded the few ones that still exist. So, returning to our classification, there are mammals, among them placental mammals, and this subclass of placental mammals is itself divided into subcategories that are called orders. One of these orders is called carnivora. It consists of species that primarily consume flesh. They predate on other animal species. There are plenty of species that are carnivorous and eat primarily meat, without being mammals, of course. Some fish, insects, or birds can be carnivorous. But carnivorans, or the order Carnivora, is the name given to this particular order of mammals. They just happen to be mammals that consume meat. And they include all cats, and also wolves, dogs, bears, skunks, seals, hyenas. It's a very diverse and rich order of mammals. Now we are getting close to cats, because this order, Carnivora, is itself divided into two suborders. There are the dog-like carnivorans, also called Caniformia, which include wolves and bears, and there are cat-like carnivorans, also known as Feliformia. Under suborders, there are families of species, and this is what the felids, the cats, are, a family of Feliformia. Other members of Feliformia that are not cats, but rather cousins of cats, are animals like hyenas, or mongooses, or ververids. There are different species of all these different families. And they are cousins indeed, based on the current state of evolution science. Feliforms are thought to have diverged from other carnivorans at some point between 50 to 35 million years ago. And the first cats, the products of the divergence within the Feliforms, would have appeared 35 to 28 million years ago. This is not that old compared with the evolution of animal species on Earth, which would have begun hundreds of million years ago. But still, felids are 10 times as ancient as human beings are. They were already around long before our family emerged as the product of another divergence on another branch of the mammalians. So, now that we said that, what was the first ever cat that we know of? It was called Prohylarus, and it lived 25 to 30 million years ago. Its remains have been found in Western Europe and in Mongolia too. Proilurus was a relatively compact and small animal, weighing about 20 pounds, that's 9 kilograms. But it was a genus with different species, and the largest Proilurus discovered could have reached up to 23 kilograms. That's about the same as a medium-sized dog. So Proilurus would have been a bit larger and heavier than a domestic cat, but also with different proportions, similar to modern viverrids with shorter limbs and a long tail. It is thought to have spent a lot of time in trees based on its morphology, but obviously this is just a guess. Another ancient species that succeeded Proilurus and was bigger is called Pseudalurus. This one was about the size of a cougar, so not a huge but a more impressive predator. And its presence is documented in Eurasia and America. That's significant because favoured arrived relatively late to America. The first signs of their presence in North America date from 18 million years ago. They took their time because this is 20 million years after other families of carnivorans, like the Ursidae, the bears, and they also arrived 10 million years after the Canidae, that include wolves, foxes or coyotes. These different families of carnivorans are often in competition for prey. So this suggests that the favoured had to adapt and fight for their share when they arrived in North America. Some species stayed relatively small, but at the time there was an abundance of large herbivorous prey, representatives of the megafauna that could be a good food source for large predators. There was a niche to occupy, and indeed a new type of larger, more powerful favoured with enormous canine teeth emerged around 13 million years ago and spread worldwide. They were on all continents except in islands, small or big like Australia. These new favoured were given a complicated name, Machairodontini, but they are better known as saber-toothed cats. And these saber-toothed cats included different genuses, with different species in each genus. The most famous of these genuses, and the last one to disappear about 10,000 years ago, so rather recently, was the Smilodon. Like all their cousins, the Smilodons were large saber-toothed cats that had evolved to take advantage of huge prey. And it is speculated that one of the reasons for their extinction was their excessive specialization, which their large teeth and powerful paws reflected. Based on their morphology, it is believed that they were not that good at catching prey in the open, running, and that instead they ambushed their prey in forests. Their size and their needs in energy, in calories, meant that they couldn't live on small prey, and when larger prey went missing, possibly due to competition with humans, they had no plan B to fall back to. Saber-toothed cats were survived by other apex predators from the family of felids that were faster or more adaptable, like lions or tigers. Another notable extinct species is called Panthera blythii. It has been dated to 6 to 4 million years ago. And this one is also important because it is the earliest known representative of a subgroup of felids, a genus called Panthera, which includes the largest cats alive nowadays: tigers, lions, jaguars, and also leopards and snow leopards are all pantheras. In the past 4 or 5 million years, this genus has emerged as the one with the most powerful and most formidable predators among cats. And these different species of pantheras are still close. They diverged relatively recently, which is also why they can still reproduce between them, although they are from different species within the genus. For example, a mix of tiger and lion is viable, but we will come back to this later. Of course, all the cats that appeared and went extinct along the past 20 million years were not all large. The majority of species had more modest sizes, closer to domestic cats, and they preyed on much smaller animals, rodents, reptiles, or even insects. But the point is that all the cats, large and small, have a common ancestor, and they share characteristics. What are the main ones? First, they can protract and retract their claws by contracting muscles in the toes. When these muscles are not contracted, the claws are retracted. It takes a little effort to make them appear. They all have 5 toes on their forefeet, but only 4 on their hind feet. And under their feet, they all have these little cushions with 3 lobes. Another shared characteristic is the shape of their skulls, which are foreshortened and with large orbits, more than other mammals. In these orbits, they have relatively large eyes that have especially good night vision, thanks to a little layer of tissue behind the retina, a layer called tapetum lucidum. It is a retroreflector that sends back light through the retina and increases the light available to the photoreceptors. This layer, the tapetum lucidum, is not exclusive to felids. It can be found in the eyes of other species of nocturnal carnivores or deep-sea animals too. Obviously, it is an advantage for predators that hunt at night. In complete darkness, a cat could not see anything. It becomes as blind as us. But if there is just a little bit of light, which is the case in real conditions, this light is going to be amplified enough by its size to give the cat a much better vision than ours. Yet another common characteristic is their teeth. They all have 30 teeth. Obviously, their canine teeth are large, as they serve to bite through flesh. Their tongues are also always raspy. They are covered with tiny cones that are shaped like horns, and this helps them to rasp meat from their prey, and also it helps for grooming. There are plenty of other physical details common to all cats. But one last characteristic worth mentioning is that many species can purr. But what is purring exactly? As you know, the purr is this sound produced by cats. When they are large, it is called a whir. But it is the same thing. And only felids and their cousins, the viverrids, can purr. other animals produce sounds that remind of a purr, like kangaroos, wallabies, rabbits, or guinea pigs. But it only sounds alike. It is a different mechanism. And the mechanism of true purring is actually still mysterious. There are different hypotheses about where the sound comes from. One is that they make the sound with their vocal cords. They would alternatively dilate and constrict the opening between the vocal cords, the glottis, and the purring sound would be the vibration of air going through it as they inhale and exhale, explaining that purring sounds continuous. When we speak, or when animals vocalize in general, this is done while exhaling. We cannot at the same time inhale and speak, at least not normally. But cats can purr while taking in air and exhaling. Another hypothesis is that it is not determined by vocal cords, but by a bone of the larynx, the hyoid bone. Depending on the ossification of this bone, some cat species could purr when the ossification is complete, or not when it is incomplete. Because another observation that was made is that not all species of cats can purr. In fact, they can either purr, like domestic cats, or roar, like pantherini, lions or tigers. But a given species of cat can never do both, and the difference would be this hyoid bone. Then there is the question of the meaning of purring. All cat owners know that cats tend to purr when they feel relaxed, good, typically when you pet them, and they often do it. But it may be a bit more complicated than that. Cats can purr on different frequencies, and it is believed that they also use the purr to solicitate things. Food, petting, attention. Not just to show their contentment. Actually, this behavior appears very early in cats, as early as when they are still very young, blind, and nursed by their mother. It is believed that mutual purring of the mother and the kittens is a way of communicating, a mechanism of reassurance. And maybe this behavior that started instinctively becomes associated with well-being, and cats would keep doing it as they grow up. But apart from expressing contentment or asking for things from their human caretakers, it has also been observed that cats can purr to signal they are not a threat, and they don't intend to turn aggressive. Together with other means of communication that I will tell you about later, this is a way for them to express their feelings and their intentions. So, now that we have taken a look at where favoured come from, as a family of species, let's review some of these species, where they live and how. Starting with probably the most imposing one, at least the largest, tigers. Tigers are formidable predators, but they have lost most of their natural region, most of their range, across Asia, along the past centuries. There once was tigers from Korea to East India, including all of East China, Vietnam, Thailand, most of India, and tigers also lived in Central Asia and the Caucasus. their range has been limited to a few countries, especially in India, Indonesia or Myanmar, where they are protected. The species itself is not really endangered, because there are many in zoos across the world, and they reproduce rather well in captivity. But their living areas in the wilderness are under pressure. Cohabitation of wild tigers and humans is always complicated, a bit because they are rather aggressive, they are territorial animals, but even more because they prey on relatively large animals, and they will attack herds of cows, sheep or goats whenever given the occasion. Still, tigers are well liked and they are seen as very beautiful and charismatic, at least wherever they don't live. Among populations that live near wild tigers, they are certainly respected but also feared. A main factor that attacks their habitat, their range, is deforestation, because tigers typically live in forests where they ambush their prey. Probably like saber-toothed cats did thousands of years ago. They live a mostly solitary life. Males and females establish a territory, and they defend it against other tigers of the same sex. Typically, the range of males and females overlap, and occasionally they will meet to mate. Females give birth to generally 2 or 3 cubs at a time that stay with their mother for about 2 years, growing up, before leaving her to live their adult life on their own territory. This territory they will need to appropriate from one or several other tigers. I told you earlier that tigers can interbreed with other species of their genus, Panthera, especially with lions. This happens only in captivity. There was a time when tigers and lions could have met in nature, but not anymore. Their regions do not overlap at all, except for a tiny region in India, since tigers are in Asia and lions mostly in Africa. But in captivity, it is possible, and their hybrids are viable. A female tiger and a male lion can have an offspring called a liger. I told you before that tigers were the largest cats. It is true if we consider species, but not entirely exact, because ligers can be larger than tigers. It is so because lion males pass on a gene that promotes growth in their offspring. Typically, this gene would be somewhat mitigated or inhibited by a corresponding gene brought by the lioness, the female lion. But when the female is a tiger, nothing inhibits the growth-promoting gene. And so ligers are very large. They can reach 800 pounds, about 360 kilograms, in adulthood. And males also reach a total length, tail included, of 10 to 12 feet, that's 3 to 3.5 meters. The appearance of ligers is, as could be expected, a mix of lion and tiger. The equivalent to a liger, when the father is a tiger and the mother a lion, is called a tigon. And tigons are not bigger than their parents. because they inherit growth-inhibiting genes from both. Typically, they will weigh around 400 pounds, which is still respectable, but only half of a liger. Apart from these two examples, there are other pairings that can work within the genus Panthera. Jaguars or leopards can also be crossed between them or with lions and tigers. It is more complicated because of the differences in size, but it is biologically possible. I told you that there was a time when lions and tigers could meet in nature. Because even though wild lions only live in Africa nowadays, they are native to both Asia and Africa. They went as far east as central and southern India in antiquity. Lions also lived in the Middle East, in Greece, in North Africa, and probably in southern Europe, in Spain, in Italy, or in the south of France. But they disappeared from these regions due to hunting or competition with humans. Cultural traces of the presence of lions are still visible though, in mythologies from the Middle East, or in Greek mythology. Lions appear in many stories, for example around the hero Hercules. But today, lions are restricted to different regions of sub-Saharan Africa. And apart from the appearance, a major difference with tigers is the lifestyle. Lions are social animals, social predators, like wolves, even though the dynamic of their groups is different. Lions are also potentially dangerous for humans, but probably less so than tigers, because they typically don't seek out and prey on humans. Occasionally they can turn aggressive if they feel threatened or if they are really hungry, but they prefer to hunt other prey. So, as you know, lions tend to live in groups called prides that in average have about 15 individuals, but that can go up to 30. Even though the males are physically larger and stronger and occupy positions of power in a pride, the pride is defined by the females. They are the stable unit in the group, in the sense that the group is like a family, and a majority of females will stay within the group in which they were born, while the males leave it, all of them, at some point, to join another pride. Generally, females do not tolerate new females from other prides, which complicates transfers of females, but they will occasionally happen. A pride is constantly evolving. New cubs are born regularly. Of course, there are individuals that die, and young males regularly leave the pride in search of another one. However, there are generally several males cohabitating in the pride, but one dominates the others. Dominates here means that this male has priority for everything, mating with the females or for food. But the dominant position is always at risk. Other males will regularly challenge the dominant one, and eventually the top spot will change hands or paws. The top position is rarely occupied more than a few years by a male lion. With aging and competition from younger males, every lion will eventually lose its place. In a pride, there is also a spontaneous sharing of activities between males and females. They all can be polyvalent, but they are instinctively drawn to specialize. The hunters that provide food and hunt collaboratively are more females than males. And on the other hand, the defenders of the pride's territory are the males. They patrol the limits of their territory and will engage other predators, especially other lions, trying to enter theirs. As often in nature, there are exceptions to these rules. For example, prides with a single male are possible, especially for one subspecies, the Tsaro lion, found in southern and eastern Africa. All lions also don't spend their entire life in prides. Males can spend years living as nomads, alone or with a small group of other males, until they join another pride, which often requires fighting to earn their place, to be accepted. And of course, when they are without females, they have to hunt for themselves, or just find food, because an important food source for lions is carrion, dead animals that they will often share with or dispute to hyenas. But in any case, their diet is dominated by flesh. Like all other cats, they are called hypercarnivores. Technically, this term is attributed to species that feed at 70% or more on meat. And for felids, there is no way around that, contrary to other species of predators that can adapt more easily and eat a lot of different things, like bears, for example. Bears need meat, but they are able to survive a long time on many other foods, like mushrooms, berries, honey. Lions need a diet rich in animal flesh. The preys they favor are ungulates, that is to say, zebra, buffalo, giraffe, or antelope. They only avoid large herbivores that could be dangerous, like elephants, unless they are really young, or small preys like monkeys or rabbits that are not worth the effort for them. In the savannas or plains where lions live, it is not necessarily easy for them to catch fast animals, because they are not that good at running fast for a long time. This is believed to be one of the mechanisms that pushed lions to become social thousands of years ago. They would have needed collaborative hunting to feed themselves, and group life to defend large territories with water, where prey can be found in order to encircle and ambush them. After tigers and lions, the third largest cat species is the jaguar, that is native to the Americas. Here again, the historical range of this species has shrunk, even though it is still quite large. Jaguars lived in forests and mountains all the way from Argentina in the south to around the US-Mexico border. There was a time, centuries ago, when jaguars could have been seen in California or Texas. But not anymore. They are now limited to Central America and the jungles of Brazil, Guyana, Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador. Here again, the jaguar was to the mythology of the Aztecs or the Mayas what tigers and lions were to the Indians, the Chinese, or Mediterranean and African peoples. The powerful predator that is at the same time feared and revered. Jaguars have a body length of up to 1.8 meters, 6 feet, and they can weigh above 300 pounds or 150 kilograms. They have this distinctive coat with spots and rosettes that leopards also have. Leopards live in Asia and Africa. I'll tell you about them in a minute. By the way, sometimes their coat turns entirely black in a few individuals that produce much more melanin. This is what is called a black panther. Black panthers are not a species. They are jaguars and leopards with a fully black coat. But this does not affect them, and this variant is relatively frequent. In the case of leopards, it is estimated to touch about 10 to 11% of individuals. So about 1 in 10 leopards is a black panther. At a glance, jaguars and leopards look much alike, and this is no coincidence. The ancestors of jaguars are believed to have entered North and South America, crossing from Asia during the early Ice Age, the Pleistocene. Jaguars can live in forested or open terrains, but their preferred habitat is tropical moist forests and wetlands with trees. Jaguars are good swimmers, and they ambush their prey. They are not sprinters, which is why a forested environment favors them. I told you they look like leopards, which are generally smaller. Male leopards weigh 30 to 70 kilograms, that's 70 to 160 pounds, and females only 20 to 40 kilograms. That makes them closer in size to big dogs. Leopards are widespread in Asia and Africa. They even lived in Europe during the Ice Age, and they can adapt to many different environments, contrary to other bigger cats. Historically, they adapted to rainforests, steppes, mountains, even arid, almost desertic regions. Like tigers and jaguars, they are solitary, except for mating or when females give birth to cubs. Generally 2 to 4 cubs at the same time. Apart from panthers, which are the largest cats, there are several more well-known wild fellows, and one that reminds a lot of panthers but isn't one, because it has different ancestors, is the cougar, also known as puma or mountain lion. Cougars are the only representative of their genus, called puma, and they form a different group from other cats, but they're still cousins. And as you know, cougars live only in North and South America, all the way from Canada in the north to Argentina and Chile in the south. Cougars are not huge animals. Males weigh around 60 kilograms, 130 pounds, and females around 40, 85 pounds. In comparison with panthers, their head is rounder, and their coat is not as colorful as the jaguars or tigers. It tends to be beige, the color of sand or stone, which helps cougars to hide, because they are ambushers and stalkers when it comes to their hunting methods. They prey on ungulates, like deers, but given that they are not huge in size, they can get interested in smaller prey, like rodents, if need be. Cougars are not really endangered, because they are widespread and very adaptable, but like all other large wild predators, their population has suffered from the loss of habitat as humans and human activities invaded their territories. Cougars are very reclusive. They just don't show up around people unless their territory is invaded and they are surprised or really desperate for food. So there are very few reported attacks on humans. And most of the time, these attacks happen when people enter their habitats and are perceived as threats, rightly or wrongly. Yet another iconic favoured is the cheetah, which is known to be the fastest land animal and looks rather different than these large cats, with its small head and a body designed for speed. Instead of ambushing prey and showing up at the last second, cheetahs just run faster. They have a light build with longer, thinner legs than other cats, and they favor medium-sized prey like springboks or impalas. They live mostly in Africa and hunt in open terrain where their speed is advantageous. Cheetahs are also a vulnerable species. There would only be a few thousands remaining. Another difference with other wildcats is that cheetahs are easier to tame, to make them live among humans. They were never domesticated, but they can get used to a human presence and even search for it once they have been tamed. Actually, in ancient Egypt, there was this practice of taming cheetahs, and in the Arabian Peninsula or in India, they were trained for hunting. Still going down on the size ladder, then there is the lynx, also often called bobcat in the US, because there are 4 extant species of lynxes. The Eurasian lynx, that lives from northern and central Europe to Siberia, the Iberian lynx, that only lives in Spain, the Canada lynx in Canada and in the north of the United States near the frontier with Canada, and finally the bobcat or red lynx, that is endemic to North America and can be encountered almost everywhere in the US, in wilder regions, of course. Compared with other cats, lynxes have a very short tail and powerful back limbs. Their coat is relatively thick and warm, because many of them live in very cold regions, including around the Arctic Circle. Like panther and puma, lynx is a separate genus of the cat family. Other wild cats that increasingly look like the domestic cat include the serval, an African wild cat, or the ocelot from Brazil to Mexico. And finally, we come to another genus called Felis, of which domestic cats are a part of, but not the only representatives. There are wild cats, such as the European wildcat, that live in forests and prey on small rodents and birds. They look a lot like the domestic cats, and yet they are a different species that is not domesticated and that existed long before cats and humans began this companionship. So, how did some of these wild cats become pets? For a long time, it was believed that the domestication of cats had happened in Egypt, because the earliest depictions of cats are from there. But archaeology suggests that this was much older, dating to about 9,000 years ago, thousands of years before the emergence of civilization in Egypt. and the domestication of cats would have been a consequence of the agricultural revolution that first started in the Middle East. At the time, in the Fertile Crescent, this region that goes from the Persian Gulf to the Levant, tribes began to adopt agriculture as their main food source. And with it, they settled instead of living as nomads. Scientists assume that this would be the time when small wild cats of the genus Felis would have approached human communities. Why would they do that? Because agriculture meant stocks of grain, and sedentary life meant trash, including food remains, disposed of by humans. So around all these agricultural communities, these were food sources for rodents, like mice and rats, that since then have lived near human groups for thousands of years. A large, stable population of rodents, this is exactly what cats needed. And so they would have been drawn to human communities. Humans who were very happy to find allies in their fight against rodents. So these wild cats, that looked a lot like modern domestic cats already, were tamed, and after centuries, or even thousands of years of cohabitation, they were domesticated by humans. This is a hypothesis based on archaeological records, because remains of cats were found on the island of Cyprus and dated to 8,000–9,000 years ago. But there were no wild cats living on Cyprus, and so this suggests that humans brought them from the continent, indicating in turn that at the time cats had already been, if not domesticated, at least tamed. Another possibility, which does not exclude the first one, is that a few wild cats were inclined to seek the company of men. Like it is believed some wolves were predisposed to, which started the domestication of dogs. Maybe a minority of wild cats were like this too, and they formed the first population that would be domesticated. In any case, cats were strongly changed by domestication when it comes to their behavior. They may have a reputation for independence, and sometimes they are independent, but domestic cats live near and around humans. If they are socialized after birth, they seek the company of humans, even though they are often not as demonstrative and enthusiastic as dogs. That's a radical change compared with wild cats, that never behave like this. They keep more distance, they escape away from humans, and never ever want to be petted. So the behavioral change was major. But physically, not so much. Domestic cats still look a lot like wild cats of their genus, whereas the domestication of dogs has led to breeds of dogs that look extremely different from wolves. Cat domestication did not happen only in the Middle East. It seems another species, the leopard cat, also a species from the genus Felis, and a small one, contrary to what the name could suggest, was independently tamed in China around 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. But this line of tamed or partially domesticated cats did not prosper as much. Genetic studies indicate that it was entirely replaced by Felis catus, and they left no trace in the DNA of modern domestic cats. One reason that could explain the very minor changes in the anatomy and the appearance of cats with their domestication is that they already had traits as a wild species that made them ready to be domesticated. They were already playful, they were social too. Wild cats tend to congregate. They also have grooming habits and an instinctual drive to remain clean or hide their feces, which makes them perfect as pets. And in return, the limited changes they have gone through makes them apt to survive in the wild. They have kept their drive to hunt because they were domesticated for it, and their speed, their sight, their senses in general make them very able to find their food in nature, even when they spend their entire life with humans. Now, as you also know, all domestic cats do not look the same. They're the same species, but there are breeds, like dogs. There were always regional differences between cats, but no sign that they were voluntarily selected to create specific breeds. This is a practice that started in the 19th century. All the different modern breeds of cats that can be distinguished by their appearance, their physiognomy, their color, their details, and also in average their behavior, even though it is like for dogs, individuals also have their personalities. All these breeds started to be classified and developed since the 19th century. Apart from their behavior and their small size, cats have a lot of the characteristics of other favorites. All these things we already talked about, like their senses. All cats have a relatively good vision, especially considering their night vision. I told you earlier that this was due to this membrane, the tapetum lucidum, that they have behind the retina. The dilatation and the size of their pupils, which are bigger than for humans, also help them see in the dark. It is estimated that cats can see in the dark as well as us with only 1/6 of the light level we need. So, concretely, at night, under the moonlight and if there are a few stars visible in the sky, cats see almost as well as we do in daylight. But not everything is that advanced with their vision. They see relatively fewer colors than we do. One thing you may have observed too is that they have another eyelid, a transparent one that is called a nictitating membrane. This membrane protects the eye, of course, but it also presents an advantage because as this membrane is transparent, they can blink without hindering their vision. Many classes of animals develop such a third eyelid over the course of the evolution of life. Some have kept it, like some reptiles, some birds or sharks have one. And many other species have a remain of it, a vestigial portion of this membrane, including us humans. On the inner side of our eyes, the side that is closer to the nose, if you take a look, you will see a membrane called plica semilunaris, which is exactly that, a remain of such a membrane that our very ancient amphibian ancestors already had. A few mammals have kept it, supposedly because it was advantageous. They include mammals living near water, like beavers, polar bears, or seals. Domestic cats have this reputation to avoid water, but in general, felons like it. They enjoy swimming and going into it. Apart from their vision, their hearing and their sense of smell are also much more sensitive than ours. And they also get help from their whiskers, which are important to them and should not be touched too much, and even less cut, because that would almost be a form of mutilation. The whiskers provide them information, especially in the dark, by lightly touching objects or by sensing air currents. They can also trigger blink reflexes. If something would hurt the cat's eyes, it will automatically close them unconsciously, thanks to a signal sent by the whiskers. As any cat owner knows well, cats have different personalities. They have different behaviors, they follow different patterns. And like for other domestic animals, these particularities, these individual traits, are the product of a complex interaction, one that is hard to anticipate, between their instinct, their predispositions, their genes, and the sum of the environmental factors they have experienced since birth, their interactions. Their natural drives include sociability. It is not obvious for cats that live with a human caretaker or a human family of several people, because their need for social interaction is replaced by their contacts with humans. Even though many cats with a human family also have their secret life, they regularly escape the family's home and interact with other cats before coming back. The drive to form a group is made obvious among feral cats. They will often spontaneously form colonies that have some traits in common with the lion prides we discussed earlier. The core of the colony is a group of females. They are the ones that stay with their colony, whereas males will more often leave it to join another one or to live a solitary life. But a different thing with cat colonies is that each member has its own territory, the males defending a territory that can be much larger than the females, like 10 times larger, and their territory will overlap with the range of several females that he will regularly try to mate with. This is the kind of behavior I told you about for tigers. And to maintain their groups or interact with humans, cats have a large range of tools for communication. We talked about purring before, but there are other types of vocalization. Many serve to express anger or distress, like hissing or growling. Others serve to call for attention and express a large range of feelings, like mewing. And cats also use body language. They use their bodies to communicate. First with the posture. That indicates how relaxed or alert or afraid they may be. This tells of their mood. And body parts send more precise signals, especially the ears and the tail. For example, a raised tail is most of the time a friendly sign. It is a form of greeting, even more if the tail vibrates. Ears, when they are flattened, are not a good sign. They indicate hostility. There are also plenty of signs that we cannot really perceive or understand, or if we do, it is unconscious. Contrary to what one may think, cats have facial expressions. Systematic studies have shown that they could do more than 26 different facial movements. Things like the various ear positions, orbital tightening, tension of the muzzle, positions of the whiskers. And combining these different facial movements, they could adopt more than 200 distinct facial expressions. We are unable to read or even see them, but that gives us a hint at the complexity and the wealth of communication between cats. There could be many more things to say about domestic cats, from their interactions, their grooming, or their habits, to their appearance and how to take good care of them. But this was only intended as an introduction, and you know where to look. So this is going to be the end of our story for tonight. You may now let go and fall asleep, or pick another story from my library if you don't feel sleepy yet. I'll be back soon with another one, and in the meantime, sleep well, sweet dreams, au revoir.